couple community members. The topic for tonight is it, can you tell me?
Public meetings law.
Public meetings law, and I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney, Miss Ashley Driscoll. Ashley?
All right. I'm going to make sure that my tech is working here. Perfect. Okay. So Ashley Driscoll, City Attorney's Office. Tonight is part 2 of our general government training. Last time I was here, we discussed government ethics, public records, and types of decisions. So what Jesse and I had envisioned when we divided these 2 presentations is because there've been several changes to Oregon public meetings laws, including the implementation of a training requirement for public officials. Our goal was to bifurcate the training to have the first training focus on ethics, public records, and types of decisions, and the second part of the training qualify for the public official training requirement under the new law. However, that law changed in 2023, and we got the administrative rules finalized in late 2024. To meet the training requirement, you have to go over 6 pages of different statutes and administrative rules, and the training requirement is looking like it's running about 2 hours or more. So instead of conducting that training in this setting where you also have a long public meeting, what we pivoted to do is provide a public meetings primer, which is what I'm going to go over tonight, which essentially, in my opinion, is the things that elected officials need to, most important to elected officials. There's a lot of other rules regarding public meetings that I would say are more pertinent to staff who are assisting running your public meetings. So tonight, I'm just really focusing on the things that I think are most important for all elected officials to know. And because the law did change in 2023, highlighting some of those changes for the folks that have been around for a while, but may not follow this particular issue as closely as me and Jesse do. So I'm calling it the Public Meetings Primer. Oregon Public Meetings Laws is referred to throughout this presentation as just PML, Public Meetings Laws. Uh-oh. Okay. So I'm going to start with talking about why the Oregon Public Meetings Laws exist. I think most folks are aware that Oregon Public Meetings and Oregon Public Records first were codified in the wake of Watergate in the 1970s. And obviously the big focus of both those laws is transparency in government. So the policy of the Oregon Public Meetings Laws is to create an informed public, to make sure that the public is aware of how its elected and appointed officials are making decisions. And not just what the actual decision is, that the public has awareness of all the discussions among a voting bloc or a quorum of that body, all their discussions and the information they're relying on in making those decisions. So I think the big focus to understand tonight, even when maybe some of the issues that we're going to talk about are a little frustrating, is that the focus is on transparency, to make sure that the public understands what elected officials are deciding and how they're coming to those decisions. I'm going to talk about the new annual training requirements, some updates in the penalties for Oregon Public Meetings Laws. I've changed my presentation around to put those up front so everybody is aware of why we're going over everything and the potential ramifications for failure to follow the law. I'm going to talk about governing bodies that are subject to the laws, the type of meetings that are subject to laws, and some of the big issues such as serial communications. I'm going to quickly go over meeting logistics and requirements, because although those are still the responsibility of the elected officials here at the City of Forest Grove, you guys have some excellent staff that typically take care of most of the meeting logistics. I'm also going to talk about executive sessions and then go over the new grievance procedure that just came online in 2023. So as I mentioned before, one of the big changes that we're going to talk about through all this presentation is that prior to the law change in 2023, the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, which is abbreviated as OGEC, only had auspices over just executive sessions. So the Oregon Government Ethics Commission is the body that generally deals with government ethics, so your conflicts of interest, your abuse of office. It's who you send your financial disclosures forms to. But prior to the law change, they didn't actually take a look or have any rulemaking authority over public meetings outside of executive session. One of the big changes now is that OGEC is the regulating body overseeing all public meetings, which is why we had the advent of so many additional rules that we're going to talk about, so many new definitions that were recently implemented as laws, and also new penalty and grievance procedures. So one of the other things they did is they added a training requirement. And the rule says that every member of a governing body is essentially the city government of a public body with total expenditures of in a fiscal year of $1 million or more shall attend or view an OGEC approved public meetings training at least once during the member's term. So once during your 4-year term, as elected officials, you need to attend one of the training requirements. And I should note, although we're not able to offer it here, BEH will be conducting a training in February, make that available to all of our clients. And so you can take that training on your own time schedule, about 2.5 hours for your public meetings training. And you can get that your box checked for your training requirement. And actually misspoke, just to go over these definitions. A public body is actually the city. So the city is a city government. So when you hear the term public body, what you think of is the city as a whole. Every public body has a governing body, and the members, which consist of 2 or more members with the authority to make decisions or make recommendations. So when you see that training requirement, it's for every governing body of a public body. So let's talk a little bit about, before we get into what the rules are, what are some of the penalties for violations of the Oregon Public Meetings Laws? So the Oregon Public Meetings Laws they have personal liability. So every elected and appointed official are individually responsible for ensuring that you follow these laws. So if you are found as an individual public official to have violated the Oregon Public Meetings Laws, you can be fined a penalty not to exceed $1,000 for each one of those violations. And public money cannot be used to repay that violation. So there is a safe harbor if you are acting on the advice of the public body's legal counsel, for instance, myself, then although you could still be found in violation, there would be no penalty or no fine associated with that. So a couple more informal comments about this. So in my time, my 12 years practicing in this area of law, I have not seen any actual monetary fines in other than very, very few occasions. Everybody here at this table and most people who are involved in local government are volunteers who are trying to do the right thing, and sometimes mistakes are made. I would say that 90% of the time that there's a violation of the Oregon Public Meetings Laws, it's a letter of education. They let you know that, you rectified the issue. We'll talk about different ways you can cure public meetings violations. But by and large, it's a mistake, it's an accident. Maybe you didn't realize the law worked that way or covered that type of interaction. And they, essentially send you a letter to say, please do it differently now. That being said, the law's in place for a reason. If there's repeated violations or egregious violations, that's the time that we see fines. And, typically they're, obviously not to exceed $1,000. The fines are not sort of the worst part of the process. I would say the most difficult part of the process is that you typically have to engage legal counsel in order to help you through the process. That can be the city attorney, but more typically, because the liability is personal, you have to engage outside counsel. And if you are using the city attorney, it typically is a vote of the governing body to essentially add the cost of legal representation to your official compensation. And then, of course, there's the other, there's oftentimes there's some press coverage for these type of things. So there's a lot of aggravation that comes with a public meetings violation allegation, but there is also financial penalties. And again, I want to bring that up at the beginning, so you pay attention to the presentation as we walk through. Before I get started on sort of the meat, any questions about your training obligations, how that's offered? Any questions about penalties? Yes.
So are we going to, like, basically we're just fine. You don't put on, we're going to post it.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is really interesting. So I am working on getting my presentation approved by OGAC, and there's only one body in the entire state of Oregon that has an approved presentation right now. And it's very difficult to sign up for the classes that are hosted by OGAC. So once ours is approved, we're going to offer it on our website as clients. You'll have a link to YouTube, and we'll have a way to make sure that you get that. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. No, those are great questions. And again, typically our training is 90 minutes on 4 topics, and this is going to be 2 hours on one. So it is going to be pretty intense training on public law. All right, so who does the public meeting law apply to? Decision-making bodies, that's pretty obvious. So at the city of Forest Grove, the decision-making bodies are yourselves as the city councilors. Also, your planning commission is a body that has been delegated authority to make some decisions on behalf of the city. So I would say those bodies are pretty easy to identify. What folks don't realize is that other types of bodies are also subject to the public meetings laws, and those are all your advisory bodies. So anytime you form a committee, that committee is its own public body. It has its own quorum. It has its own meeting. So kind of what we look for to see if an advisory body has been established under the law is 3 different aspects. First, they've been appointed in order to make a recommendation. That's number 2. So appointed to make a recommendation. And when they take action, it's by a group vote that is then passed along to the decision-making body. So very clearly, all your boards and commissions that are listed on your website, those are advisory bodies, but you can be appointed in a less formal capacity as well. So I would be on the lookout for some of those less formal advisory bodies. There are some exceptions to types of bodies that are not subject to the Oregon public meetings laws. The first one is fact-gathering bodies, and I would like to put a very large asterisk next to this one, because in order to qualify as a fact-gathering body, it has to be completely neutral in how it gathers and presents the facts to the governing body. So, for example, if you have a fact, let's say that you guys are looking to explore contracting out one of the services that you provide here, you form a fact-gathering body to look at how other entities do that and present information to you. That fact-gathering body could very quickly become an advisory body subject to the Oregon public meetings laws if they're making any sort of recommendation, they're deciding what facts to present, how they present those facts, So I would be pretty careful in having fact gathering bodies not be subject to the public meetings laws. Similarly, bodies advising individual public officials. So as an individual official, if you have the authority to make a decision on your own, you can have an advisory body that makes recommendations directly to you. However, you have to be able to act on those recommendations or change, or if you have to be able to act on those recommendations without having to go through another body. So as the mayor, you can't form a advisory body to advise you, but you're really just passing on that information to the rest of the city council. That will be seen as a way to circumvent the Oregon public meetings laws, and that will be a violation. But if the mayor has independent authority in order to, appoint liaison positions, and she wants to form an advisory body to help her do that, that body would not be subject to the Oregon public meetings laws because she doesn't have to pass those recommendations. Also, certain multi-jurisdictional bodies are not subject to Oregon public meetings laws. That's typically when members of the Oregon group don't add up to a quorum of that particular body. So that doesn't come up too much. So now we're going to get into the area of what is a meeting, and I understand that this may seem like we're going through a lot of definitions, but the takeaway here is that there's a lot of different ways that public officials can realize that they're part of a public meeting, and typically a public meeting violation, without realizing that it has occurred. And when I said that there was a lot of new definitions added after OGEC became the regulatory body, some of these definitions are new, and I would say they leaned towards very expansive definitions of what constitutes some of these terms. So when we start talking about meetings that are subject to the law, one of the first definitions we should look at is, what is the definition of a meeting? A meeting is a convening of a governing body, of a public body, for which a quorum is required in order to make decisions or deliberate towards a decision on any matter. We're literally going to go through the definitions of every word in that definition of meeting. But essentially, it's when you convene, you have more than a quorum, and you're working on a matter that is before the public body. I think most folks understand what quorum is. It's typically a majority of the voting members of a governing body. Great question. We just talked about that a lot in our charter review committee. For the city of Forest Grove, it is the seats, not whether they're filled. If that makes sense. So if you guys have a vacant seat, that it doesn't impact your quorum. Does that answer your question? So it's a majority of the seats, not a majority of seats. So when we're talking about Oregon public meetings laws, I think everybody knows that the Oregon public meetings laws applies to these types of meetings. Your regularly scheduled meeting, your special meeting, your emergency meeting. I think everybody knows that those meetings, you're going to have to follow the law. So I'm not going to spend too much time going over that. Interestingly, there are situations where a quorum will gather where you are not in a public meeting. The first one is on-site inspection of a project or a program. For instance, if you guys visit as a group a site of a land use, a property that you're going to be reviewing a land use decision for, a quorum of you are there and visiting at the same time. That generally is not a public meeting. And then second, attendance or membership at any national, regional, or state association in which you are members. So I hope a lot of you are going to the League of Oregon Cities conference. That would be what they're talking about here. You can all go there without it constituting a public meeting. So long as when you're there, when you're at the site program, when you're visiting the property, when you're at the LOC conference, a quorum of you are not involved in any sort of communication, a deliberator decision on something that could later come before you as a body. So when you're at LOC, quorum of you are there, please, do not discuss the city's business, because that will be a public violation. Public meetings laws also does not pertain to purely factual or communications that are purely factual or educational in nature that can convey no deliberation or decision on any matter. Again, I would be a little bit careful about this one, because the way in which you convey purely factual or educational information could look a lot like deliberating or discussing a matter that you would later vote on. Communications that are not related to any matter at any time that could be reasonably foreseen to come before the body for deliberation or decisions. So your communications about whether or not you're going to attend the meeting, those would not, be a violation of the public meetings laws, even if they involve a quorum of you. Your deliberations about the fires in LA, your discussions about the fires in LA, that wouldn't be a violation of the Oregon public meetings laws, because it's not something you reasonably foreseeably could vote on. So non-substantive in nature, such as communications relating to scheduling, leaves of absence, or other similar matters. Then the law also has a list of other things that don't generally pertain to city government, that are also do not violate the law. So what could? And again, this is the area that there's the most confusion on, and the area that I would say that there's the most inadvertent mistakes on. And it's the Oregon law's prohibition on private meetings. So the Oregon law says a quorum of a governing body may not meet in private for the purpose of deciding or deliberating towards a decision on any matter except as provided by the Oregon executive session law. So when we're talking about the prohibition on private meetings, there's three elements that I need us to focus on. The first one is that it needs to involve a quorum. If, as a body of 7, if 2 of you are discussing a matter that you could later vote on in private, that's not generally going to violate the Oregon public meetings laws, because it doesn't involve a quorum. That is not a private meeting. Put an asterisk on that, and we'll get back to it in a second. So the first, it has to involve a quorum. You have to be deciding on or deliberating, and again, those terms are defined by the law, towards a decision. And we're going to talk about these elements one by one. So I mentioned before the definition of meeting, and it said it was a convening of a governing body for which a quorum is required to make a decision or deliberate on a decision. I'm sorry, to make a decision or deliberate towards a decision on it. The first new definition is that we have a definition of what it means to convene. And convening is not just gathering in a physical location or using electronic video or technology to be able to contemporaneously communicate. I think that's pretty obvious that you can't convene, a quorum of you can't convene in a physical location, discuss the city's business, and not violate the Oregon public. What has been added is that convening also means using serial written communication among participants and using an intermediary to communicate among participants. For those of you who have been around for a while, we have been talking about serial communications for a while, but that was based on case law, a decision out of Lane County from probably 10 years ago now, called Handy. That has now been codified in the Oregon administrative rules, particularly using this definition of convening and a few other definitions that we're going to talk about. A decision is any action on which the governing body is required to vote on. So if you're trying to think, we're a quorum, we're discussing something, are we working towards a decision? What does it mean to be a decision? A decision is anything that you foreseeably could ever vote on. So reasonably vote on. So a decision is something that requires a vote. So let's stop there. I want to talk about a couple situations. I think the ones that are most obvious is that a quorum of you, it's a smallish town here at Forest Grove, could end up at the same grocery store, could end up at the same supermarket, could end up at the same holiday. So you could violate the Oregon public meetings laws, a quorum of you, 4 of you, are in conversation at one of those events, and the conversation turns to a matter that you could later vote on. And when you're the city council, a lot of matters foreseeably. So I would say in those situations, you should be really aware if there's 4 or more of you in a conversation that you should probably avoid talking about most aspects of city business, because most aspects of city business could come. Also, optics. Just a note about optics. I'm not saying that you guys can't socialize. I hope that you guys are friendly and see each other outside of context. But I had a city council that every time we had a city council meeting, they would all leave the meeting and go across the street to the local bar. And they would sit there and they would invite me. It's like, well, I have to go. I'm going to go home. And also it just made me too uncomfortable, because what are you talking about at this bar after the city council meeting? Because you can't talk about anything that has to do with the city. I've given my advice. I don't want to be there for it. And lo and behold, a detractor of the city council took a photo and it ended up in the local news. And you become part of a situation where you have to try to prove that the conversation was not about the city business. So although I can't tell you that those sort of conversations are illegal, you have an optical challenge, and it very easily could stray into an area that could get you in trouble. So the physical ones, I would say, they're the easy. The law also codified serial communications, or the serial meeting. So the law says a quorum of the members of governing body shall not, outside the meeting conducted in compliance with public meetings laws, use a series of communications of any kind, directly or through intermediaries, for the purpose of deliberating or deciding on any matter that is within the jurisdiction of the governing body. So what this definition is saying is that a series of communications can add up to a meeting in violation of. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Right. I would say danger zone. So a couple things. OGEC is now regulatory control. Before this sort of issue would go, I would say that OGEC takes a much more conservative approach to its regulations. And I would say there's no case law out there that says that's a public meetings violation, but you have a quorum, you have, now a discussion about something that you're later going to vote on went out to all the members, and it was outside the public's view. So although I can't say that it is 100% a violation, I would say that you're in the danger zone. And certainly if additional members are replying to that and adding that 2 cents, that is a prime example of how an email chain becomes a serial communication in violation of the law. Right. Yeah, and of course, we can argue that there was only one person can't deliberate on their own. So there are ways we can argue it, but there's no case law that says that is.
Yeah, I guess so if 3 members meet,
Mm-hmm.
and then one of those members goes to another, to a different, that is completely, and if they just say, or they pull together. I just feel like it gets really dicey.
Oh, it gets very
dicey.
dicey.
Concerned about hearing from community, these, but then if I want to be really clear that I can go meet with you one, and then go meet with a group, another.
So the issue is the cross contamination. So if you take a step back, what the law is looking for is transparency. And the reason why you focus on a quorum is because a quorum is a voting block. You know, that if a quorum deliberates and decides on a course of action outside the public view, the decision has been made and that decision has been in a public process. And the issue with serial communications is that that can happen in a face-to-face meeting, and it also happens in a series of non-contemporary. You want to jump in? Okay. So a couple, you know, I said there was an asterisk that you guys having conversation, two people having a conversation about something that you later vote on. So discussing the city business is not public meetings violation, but there's a risk. So if the two of you, if Angel, if Angel and the mayor are having a conversation, they're talking about the city business, and then the mayor goes and sends an email to more people on the city council and shares Angel's perspective, you all of a sudden have 4 people engaged in a serial communication. But here's the part that I asked about when I took the OGEC presentation to hear how they're interpreting it. And I asked, are all 4 members in violation of the law? Even Angel, who didn't know that the mayor was going to send the email, and the answer was yes. That all 4 are going to be in violation of the law, even though, you know, the ones at the beginning of the chain didn't know it was going to occur. Some of the other examples are social media. So you do a social media post, and this was an example given during the OGEC presentation, a body of 5, 1 member likes it, and 1 member comments on it. That would be a public meetings violation because, again, it's a deliberation outside the public view. Yeah. So yeah, actually, that answers that question. I typically think of an intermediary as somebody that's not on the public body, but looking at the new OGEC definition, it definitely includes. Yeah, it doesn't have to look how you typically see it. And this was part of the handy decision that happened a while ago. Was, you know, they use staff to communicate. Well, you know, what did Karen say about that? What did Michael say about that? And they used somebody outside, so they never spoke in together, but somebody walked the hall and cross-contaminated. Say, I have 3 votes, I just need your 4th vote. Well, that's a public meetings violation. So you can have individual conversations, but you can't cross-contaminate. You can't share what other people think if it adds up to a quorum. And again, there's always a risk that somebody's going to share your opinion as well, and then you inadvertently get caught up in a serial public. So we talked about intermediary. I don't think we need to go over too closely the definition of serial written communication. I will tell you I did not include the definition of communication, but it is incredibly broad, including hand gestures. So you guys can't, like, you know, do baseball, you know, like thumbs up, anything like that. They thought about it and they prohibited it. So like any communication among a quorum that is, you know, on something that you could later vote on is going to be a potential violation of the Oregon Public Laws. So examples of written communication, I think we've talked about this before, but in-person, telephone, video conference, use of intermediaries, any other means of communication. Again, when they could take something broadly, they certainly did. So my takeaways for the prohibition of private meetings, best practices, you know, first of all, just be cognizant of the number of members who are part of any conversation. Avoid replying all to emails that contain a quorum. Avoid texting chains, another big issue. Don't use the public body as a conduit. And logistical conversations involving a quorum are permitted, but keep them to the actual discussion. Moving on to meeting logistics. Meetings, I'm going to move through this pretty quickly. Meetings need to be open to the public. They need to be within their jurisdiction. They need to be accessible to those who have disabilities. All of this is taken care of by your city. I'm going to click through this pretty quickly. The new public meetings law says that if you allow testimony, in-person testimony, either orally or in writing, you also have to provide a way for those to participate electronically. So you guys have already made those changes here at the city. Notice requirements, I'm going to click through this pretty quickly as well. Just basically the public, members of the body, and all interested persons must be included in notice. I think the thing I point out the most is your agenda has to cover all the items that you anticipate you're going to be covering at that meeting, but the law doesn't require that all of them. So things can come up during the day or even at the meeting and be added to the agenda. No public meeting violation. Executive sessions, they have to include the statutory citation authorizing the executive discussion and a description of that authorization. Again, staff takes care of that for you all. Here's a change. Regular meetings have to be noticed not less than 48 hours before the meeting takes place. Special meetings, 24 hours before the meeting, and then emergency as much notice as possible. You have to keep a recording of all minutes, and except for executive sessions, minutes have to be available within a reasonable time after the end of the meeting. All actions of the governing bodies shall be taken in public, which includes all votes. The city can't ever have a secret ballot. I think sometimes you guys elect boards and commissions by a ballot, but what the public meetings laws now very clearly requires, and I believe it's your practice, is that during the meeting, all the votes need to be read out loud. So it has to be very clear to each member of the elected body voted. Executive sessions are allowed. Executive sessions are narrowly interpreted. They're only for a specific reason, and you can hold an executive session even if the law, you can hold an open session even if the law permits you to do an executive. In executive session, you can't make any final decision. However, one of the things that the new OARs did is codify that you can reach an informal vote or a consensus during executive session, and then the final decision can later be ratified in an open public. I'm going to skip this one, but essentially what it says is that you guys can control your meetings, but you need to be able to abide by law. You have to allow people to be able to speak. There's pretty strict requirements for being able to take individuals out of a public meeting unless they're causing an actual threat. So this is the last thing I'm going to go over, which is the new grievance process. Grievances must be submitted within 30 days after the date of the meeting where the alleged violation occurred. The grievance must include the governing body, the date of the meeting, the specific facts and circumstances, the date of the grievance, and the name and contact of the grievance. One thing to know as elected officials is if your body has a public meeting violation, all of you will be named individually. So a case will be open against all members of the public body. The public body must respond within 21 days, and the responses include deny the facts and violation. So basically deny, admit the facts and deny they reached the level of violation, and then admit facts and admit violation. Essentially say, yes, we recognize that it was an inappropriate action. If you do admit that it was an inappropriate a violation, you can go ahead and cure the violation. And so then you just have to acknowledge in a properly noticed meeting held within 45 days that the original decision was made in violation of the public meetings laws. Good cause exists for the governing body not to rescind the decision, and that you will modify your practices in the future. And examples of that, let's say that you do hold an accidental serial meeting. So what is the remedy? You just put that information into the public. So you cure the violation by shining light on whatever the communication was. So if you didn't record the meeting correctly, you fix the minutes or make the recording public, a noticing violation. All of these things are fixable And so if you get a notice of a violation and you look at it and you say like, geez, like that did happen, it's not the end of the world. It's all about transparency. You put it on the record, you fix, whatever it is that happened, and then you make sure that all the decisions were made in the public light. So it will go to OGAC. OGAC will open an investigation. During that investigation, they will have consolidated all of it into one investigation and then do individual public meetings violations. So although all of you will have a case opened against you if it's a public meetings violation allegation, not all of you will be found in violation just because one or two members of the body were. So OGAC can also process their own complaints. They don't have to wait for somebody to submit a grievance if they become aware. However, a member of the public does have to follow the grievance process, and then they can file a complaint with OGAC if at the end of that process, if they submitted the grievance, the public body responded with its response. If they don't like what the public body's response was, or they don't think the public body cured the violation appropriately, then they can file with OGAC. So I think I covered a lot of this. Complaints will be against all members of the governing body during the preliminary review phase. At the conclusion of the investigation phase, OGAC will make individual determinations. And then even if, let's say that somebody misses the timeline deadlines, a member of the public submits their complaint on the 31st day, yes, that one will be dismissed, but that doesn't stop OGAC from taking up issues that were dismissed on procedural grounds on their own. Okay, I did rush through the end part a little bit to make sure that we're on time. I had too much time last time and then had to squeeze it all in for this one. So I do have a couple more minutes if there are any other questions.
Okay, so I'm going to adjourn this work session at 6:12. Thanks, Ashley.
Yep.
Are we staying down here for the police station? Present are all community members in the audience and staff as well. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Ryman and our Assistant City Manager and Finance Director, Mr. Paul Downey. Thank you.
We're going to tag team this. There's probably, 30 some slides, Henry? So we're going to try to move through them quickly so you've got time for questions and a little bit of discussion at the end. So we're going to switch back and forth. Henry's going to talk about stuff more facility related. I'll talk about some of the process we've been through over the last couple of years and the cost, and then Henry will wrap it up.
You want to hand me the pointer? So, Mayor, councilors, our purpose for this evening is to review the police facility project and discuss a general obligation bond for the May 25 election period. Our outline for this evening is, as Paul stated, to go over the existing facility, the history of what we've done so far, which includes the needs analysis, alternative analysis, site analysis, past polling results, facility design, future communication plan if we go forward with this project, as well as covering what the general obligation bond would look like. So our existing facility was built in 1977. It's basically 48 years old. Staff has increased from 17 to 39 individuals or total staff members, which includes professional staff and sworn staff. The building is approximately 1,200 square feet. 70% of that is for daily functions. 22% of that total square footage is for the indoor firing range. And I wanted to specify and cut that out because even though it's included in the building, it's not a general use day-to-day piece that we use in the building. And 8% for the mechanical systems in the building. Our existing facility has the following functions: obviously workspace for all staff, briefing, reporting, and interview rooms, locker rooms, a kitchenette area, which includes our lunch area, evidence processing and storage, 2 holding cells are Sallyport and records. Well, so the picture there is what we call our soft interview room. So again, it's outdated. Not very good place to take families to discuss potential cases such as child abuse cases or domestic violence cases. And over the years, it's not on one of the slides, but the building has gone through several restorations and remodeling during the past 40 years. So this is the current design of the building. Again, it's a very unique design. Again, over the years, as we looked at renovations, it's hard to do things, especially when we look at doing upgrades to the building, just because the way the building's designed, how all the barrier walls are designed, so you really can't go up without incurring a larger cost of pole.
Yes, in 2015, we hired McKinsey. In 2015, August 2015, we hired McKinsey to do a needs assessment of the existing police facility. And we had a council work session on April 25th, 2016. The needs assessment noted shortage of space to operate within the existing facilities, adequate facilities to interview victims, detainees, and informants, adequate facilities to process and hold juvenile offenders. Several areas do not meet ADA and current code building requirements, does not meet current seismic requirements of essential facilities, lot size and adequate on-site storage and secure parking. Lot size is inadequate to expand the footprint of the facility. So on that work session, the council reached consensus the existing facility is deficient. They wanted us to conduct alternatives analysis and design, include the alternative analysis in the 16-17 budget. We did. We issued an RFP into the process and hired McKinsey to select to conduct alternative analysis and design for the building. Came back in February of 2018. Some work sessions on the preferred analysis, which noted, again, the lot size is inadequate to expand. Second story could not be added to the existing foundation. It would support adding the second story, and could not be constructed separately and integrated very well into the existing building. Talk about building separately, building steel frame above the existing building, and then trying having a separate second floor, and then trying to incorporate that second floor. Just didn't work well, all sorts of issues. And building a new facility was the same or less expensive than adding to the existing facility and remodel. So concept design could not proceed until an alternative was selected. Council reached consensus to proceed with the concept design of a new facility, establish site location criteria, look at potential reuse options for the existing facility, conduct a public poll to engage voter sentiment for a bond. So on the February 16th, 26, 2018, the council also passed a resolution to purchase the former Stunzner problem in the adjacent city house to allow the city ownership of the entire block for future city needs. It doesn't necessarily that's where the police building was at the time, but that property was available at the time, so we bought that to secure it. So the city owns the entire block with the caveat that the city and the rural fire district half of the fire. We don't totally own the whole block by ourselves. The fire district is half part of the fire property. So we hired Campbell, DeLong, and Resources Inc. to hire Dr. Poll, discuss what poll assumptions we would use, questions, methods, audiences, processes at the work sessions in May. Poll included 300 interviews of voters who vote in every election. Didn't vote, poll you. Consensus to poll, positives and negatives about Forest Grove and the police, reactions to police bond prior to messaging, after messaging to see which messages resonate with the voting public, reaction of idea to combine police facility bond with aquatic center improvements, and then needed preliminary cost estimate for the poll conducted. And we also did a work session in June and July for site location. The council reached consensus on site location criteria, which included such factors as cost, size, shape of the site, potential for multi-use, public access, visibility, neighborhood impacts, context, security, traffic impacts, potential for expansion, co-location / proximity with other city facilities, impact on response times, and overall impact on operations. So the council, we have worked with the architect, identified sites, narrowed it down to 6, and we discussed 6 different sites and reached consensus on selecting the corner of Birch and 19th, which is the former Stunster property, as the location for the new police facility. That was back in 2000. October 22nd, 2018, just some facility design. We reviewed the exterior and interior concept design of new facility at Birch and 19th, and we'll talk about that in minutes. Assume planning horizon of approximately 40 years for this building. Current facility we're in, which again is 48 years old, it was planned for about a 20-year horizon. So, utilize metro population growth numbers as part of the planning. Consensus on building attributes, values, and goals. Consensus to proceed with the poll based on a $17.5 general obligation bond, which you'll see before we get through our presentations, change dramatically. Work sessions in January of 2019, reviewed polling results, design refinements, and bond process. Polling results indicated a police facility bond would likely pass at this time. Additional education would be needed prior to the potential ballot. Discussion about which messages resonated with the public. Some did get better reaction when you some messaging with the public. Other messages that just didn't appeal to them enough to make the vote change. Census to value engineer to reduce cost. Census to not ballot May 2015. Polling results allows for further design due to competing ballot measures that were ballot. Forest Grove voters do not tend to voters. A couple, 2 or 3 measures on the ballot. Forest Grove voters have rarely ever passed all 3 of them. We did facility design history. We reviewed the design changes. We reduced the facility footprint from 25,400 and about 22,400 square feet. Firing range was included in the facility square footage. Further consensus on building design attributes, values, and goals, police department, and then consensus to complete schematic design. So, work sessions on November 12, 2019 and 20. Detail review of the schematic design, notable changes. Firing range was separated from main facility. That was done for cost reasons. The police facility itself has to be at the highest seismic level, public safety facility. The firing range does not. The firing range can just be built normal seismic standards for constructed. So we assumed if we ever got the big one, we'd probably lose the firing range. Still have the police facility, but that took a couple $1 or so off the cost by separating the firing range, and we further reduced the square footage. Functions were added. Secure parking was increased. That way, the officers' personal vehicles and police vehicles could be parked in the secure parking area. Minor increases to evidence victims areas, holding facilities, offices. Estimated cost at that time $20 million or $1,000 per foot. Census was given on schematic design. Census to draft ballot measure materials using $25. This is actually talking about the site facility sum, so I'm going to turn this back over to Henry.
Thank you, Paul. So again, this would be if we're looking at the bottom right corner of the slide, we're looking at basically the intersection of Birch and 19th. So the front of the building would be running alongside 19th. And again, you'll see the layout where the gun range would be a separate annex to the facility itself. And some initial design work by McKinsey. This would be the I guess the facade of the building on exterior view. Some design work along Birch Street. The entrance into the main lobby of the facility, and trying to make it as friendly to the community as possible. This is the layout of the first floor of the building. It's kind of hard to see, but if you're looking at some of the red highlight area, we made a few changes during the past couple of years of not changing the structure size-wise, but moving some offices around and changing that. We did extend one wall, which was a parking stall, and extended the building for additional storage. That was the only changes on the first floor. On the second floor, we redesigned the locker space, again, not increasing the total space of the building, but increasing the amount of lockers we can have, as well as the flow of the locker room. I think it's back to it.
Yeah, we changed the locker room so we don't have, the new proposed building does not have a men's and a women's locker room. It has unisex changing rooms, has changing rooms and then a unisex locker room. A lot of the departments are starting to go to as their buildings. Worry about staff. So, getting ready for the ballot measure, and then we hit COVID. Started to slow everything down, and stuff just ground to a halt all over. Council work session in May 11, 2020. Consensus not ballot due to the economic uncertainty. Consensus to revisit alternative analysis to see if existing building is modeled. The existing facility constraints to provide a less expensive and shorter-term solution. The $10 million bond maybe with a 10-year planning horizon. We asked McKinsey to prepare some potential concepts along those lines. The potential concepts of the existing facility: one, a single elevated story over secure parking addition behind the current station, to remodel the existing facility. Two-story addition to the backside, model existing facility. Either option was preferred as there is little or no cost savings to the total anyway. It's significant impacts to parking and shorter horizon, planning horizon. Just a little less money than the cost of building the building. Due to ongoing impacts of COVID, the operating levy replacement, which took priority over the operating projects resulting from federal funds staff was working on, or ballot measures from other agencies. City Hall remodeled the project forward. Other agencies were asking. Current status, September 9th of this year, we reviewed the history, design, and cost, updated the cost. The design essentially remained unchanged from 2020. Estimated costs have gone from $20.5 million to $29.3 million. Construction costs went up dramatically during COVID. Also, a lot of the soft costs, like architect design costs, everything went dramatically over the years. Our current costs assume a construction start of April 2025, which obviously also assumes 7% cost escalation between the dates. We also had a consensus to put the ballot on in May 2025, pending further review of cost per household. Cost of the new facility, average assessed value, the market value, but assessed value of a house in Forest Grove, approximately $254,900. Pick that. I had a list of every market house about 4 years ago, and I just increased that market by 3% a year. Residents are allowed to increase in growth. And assuming level service debt payments on a 20 year $29.5 million general obligation bond. The average cost per household will be approximately $263 per house. Level debt service payments, or where you basically pay the same debt service over 20 years. It's also a level rate where you pay the level rate. So you start out paying less. Payments increase as your assessed value goes up over time. Over the 20 years, that costs you approximately $2.5 million more in interest than what the level is. Disposition of facilities is very likely. Probably not. Got one. Disposition of existing facility is not tied to the potential bond measure. We have no immediate city use, so the police vacate to a new facility. Colliers, who's the broker working on it with some other real estate projects right now, is sale value of the police building would be approximately $6 million. There is lease value, however, it varies significantly depending upon improvements which would be required, which could be significant due to ADA size code issues. I don't know if there anybody that hasn't gone through the police building and seen some of those very small restrooms in there. I mean, there's going to need to be a lot of code, a lot of remodeling if you're going to lease that out. Staff recommends an alternative analysis prior to a disposition decision. And let Henry wrap it up.
So depending on what happens this evening, we have a limited timeline on what we would bring to council. So on January 27th, we would hold a work session on the battle title in question, which is required. On February 10th, we would provide a resolution approving the ballot title in question. February 28th is the last day for us to file with the city recorder, and a 10-day challenge process begins, which is also required by law. March 20th is the last day to file the ballot title, question, and explanatory statement with the county, and the 10-day challenge must have been completed by that. March 24th is the last day for us to file arguments for the voters pamphlet, not us, but individuals. May 20th is the election this year. And then the remaining 2025 issue bond construction would be done. In the summer, we would hopefully start construction. So we also have been working on a communication plan. Currently, it's in process. We've been doing some public outreach as well as public tours of the building. Pending the passage of the ballot title, we would begin digital engagement, which includes website, e-blast, social media. We're working on creating a video with CTV. Counselors have been here for a little bit. You probably saw the one that we did in 2020. We replicate that video since we have script and just change some of the highlights of costs and so forth. We would continue with our community events, station tours. We have our police community academy coming up in February. We'd also use that, as well as public speaking tours with all our civic groups. We'd also do press releases, flyers, posters at city facilities, brochures, and news articles. And we are aware that this is an educational piece, and we cannot advocate for the passing of the bill. So as part of the communication plan, we understand that a lot of what we do will depend on our previous polling. And so our emphasis would be, based on what we got back from previous polls, is the evidence area is underutilized and can jeopardize cases. We have a lack of safe, private space places for interviewing victims, including children, victims of sexual assault. We understand that taxes were a concern, so we'll need to massage that type of message. We also need to ensure that as part of this message that we have to reach this facility to separate our adults and juvenile offenders, which we can't do at this point. And then we also have limited access for those with disabilities. in our timing considerations, again, for you to think of as a potential, or for us to think about as potential housing bond for Metro. We've not received confirmation if they're going to go in May or November. Possibility that November will be their date. And as well as in November, we potentially have the county library levy replacement, which will be an increase. And there will be the county public safety levy replacement, which will also be. At this point, any questions, discussions?
Yeah, or I was going to add.
With that, time for any Q&A or discussion.
Okay, questions for staff discussion? I think, can we pass the microphone to people who want to talk? Is that the best approach? Sorry.
So curious, what is the likely?
We will lock the total cost in when we set the bond. We will finish design and build to the bond amount. So that's what's going, that will lock that cost in. We have the architect under contract. We still have McKinsey under contract to finish the building through construction administration with us. We are going to have to renegotiate that pricing, but they've updated their pricing and the cost in their cost estimates that they've given us. So, and what we'll probably do is we'll probably look at hiring a project manager for the city itself who will represent the city. This isn't a project where we're going to have staff do it. Staff just does not have the time to watch over a project of this size and magnitude. So we would hire a project manager. We might start that process shortly before the election. So if it passes, we can get off and running right away. And the other thing we would probably do is ask the council to approve us using what's called a construction manager, general contractor form of contracting, where we would go out and hire the contractor who would work with the architect on helping finishing the design and talking about constructability. So we should, if we get all that done, which we can do, we should be able to roll into starting the construction probably the summer of 2026. And then when we built the library edition, we were going to start it in March, but we had to wait till May because that area had such a high water table. We had to wait for the water table to go down. That's why we're saying roughly summer of 2026 for construction, if the bond passes.
So my concern is they're 18 months or
They're There are some costs that there, I mean, you've got contingencies and they have some cost escalations. They have some cost escalation factors in there. There are some parts of the design we may have to look at and tweak, or it all depends on how much we want to do. We want to look at potentially increasing the bond up for maybe another year's worth of construction cost escalation. That doesn't mean the architect and everything else, but the construction, because it is several $1 million for the architect and not some of the other processes by the time we get done. So that'll be the question when we're putting the final bond together. Do we say we have enough here? For example, we added that room. We squared off the one corner of the building. There's probably a couple $100,000 of walls to do that. Do we keep that in or do we take that out? The nice part about squaring off that wall is it gives Henry some future, or the future chief, it gives them some expansion room if they need more offices or they need more something like that in the future. So it's going to be a blank room, which will probably be used for storage at first, but it could have other purposes in the future.
There's a couple of assumptions that were built into the cost. One of them was the 7 2 years. We haven't seen 7%. So there might be higher bond. Generally speaking, there is in the building. We have to make value engineering decision for each. Yeah. Some of these are unknown.
Yeah.
There's ways that not guaranteed.
It would be at least 15%. So, and there's always some there's always some contingency in the design costs that they have, but Jesse will probably can probably agree with this. Whenever you essentially do not, the design contingency typically goes away as the building gets further designed and constructed and goes away. Yeah. So that
Additional questions, discussion, opinions, thoughts? Councilor Duck.
No, we didn't, because we looked at it's got a fairly high water table there, and so we didn't look at going underground. Yeah, right there. Because if you look at the fire building essentially is an underground creek running underneath it. Fire department, I believe, is built on 7 islands. See the swale basically north of that diagonally yellow line. That's the swale. That's kind of where the comes out. Drain through there. We pipe that, cover that over, build on top of that swale. So it's just water table. Nobody, the architects and mm-hmm.
So
talked to the architect about, and we had a conversation with the architect that it's really difficult to kind of plan for that because the building codes change so much over time. Even if you built it, or building code, went to build a third floor, say 30, 40 years later, the building code probably changed enough for you.
your primary.
Yeah. Okay, so instead of going up.
There are some areas you'll see the bottom rectangle not filled in there. That will be roof parking for vehicles and in the building second build on the second floor, parking. There are some spots where
Can we go back to our options, or let's give staff some direction? So, do we want to move forward with a May bond on this, knowing the cost? I'm seeing head nods from Councilor Martinez, Councilor Valenzuela, Councilor Schimmel, Falconer, Marshall, Councilor Gustafson as well. What do you need from us, like moving towards this education part? Like, what do you need from us as a council to help make this happen?
I think probably what we need, right, give us direction to go back and ballot title. You don't have to have the explanatory statement. Hit the ballot title. There's your see what I think for the education probably process. Other discussion with council potentially.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with the 29 and a half, or do you want to bump it up a little bit? Jesse and I were kind of thinking that it would be best to avoid the 30 million, keep it under 30, because it's just whenever you see that number pop up. I mean, if you were going to add anything, I would probably just add a few $100,000 more to it, if you were going to add anything to it.
But are we comfortable with 29.5? I'm seeing that on it. Yeah.
Okay.
One thing I would like to ask from staff is I think that, going through this process before the education and us showing up and educating people is going to be really important. So as soon as Lauren works out and the staff works out like tours and community engagement, if we could bring that back to a work session where we can sign up to be there, to be present during the open houses, during the tours, and we kind of, help you all out with that. I think that would be a good message we're sending to the community and to support Lauren and
Stephanie and Henry and Lauren have been working hard on the communication plan. Stephanie's there in the back, so they've already got some of it laid out, some of the have a good start on it.
We do have
Okay. I guess obviously too, and I would. Councilor Schimmel. Any additional comments? I see none. I'm going to adjourn this work session. Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Paul. Fire break, council. Okay, let's.
Quick, next slide, please.
So Zach could like take over this whole presentation.
Okay. So the purpose of this work session is to talk about a new direction for the annual State of the City address. Just by way of background, these are very common. You see them in almost, I think, every municipality in Washington County. They're very common in Clackamas, Multnomah County as well. They're generally intended to highlight kind of the vision, values, accomplishments, and aspirations of the city. They share some common characteristics. They're open and free to the public. They're about an hour in length. Some are shorter. I haven't seen any that are longer. They're noticed as a public meeting. This allows the council and the mayor to participate actively and discuss policy during the meeting or during the State of the City address. They're generally used as a communication tool. So they're filmed, they're posted on the city's website. It's an easy referral, especially for people that aren't familiar with the city, to kind of get the city's top priorities in a pretty short amount of time and in a very kind of relatable and easy way. They're held at a time accessible to the public, normally in February or March, normally in the evening. Forest Grove and Cornelius have traditionally shared the State of the City. It's been held at noon. It's been rotated between the cities. We're a little bit unique in this. Ours has been sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce, and there is an admission for lunch. It's been held generally at a lunch period. It either rotates in Cornelius or it is here. It's unique in that it's not a city event. It's kind of a chamber event, and so the chamber does advertise it accordingly. They are planning to have an event this year. I think it's going to be in April. I don't recall the date off the top of my head, but that's also a chance for them to invite both mayors and kind of highlight accomplishments of each city. So just by way of comparison, those cities, Hillsborough, Tiger Beaver, Sherwood, Tualatin, they all have them in the evening. They do it on a council evening. They do it just prior to the city council. And like I mentioned earlier, they schedule it as a work session. Other municipalities have varied it between evening and noon. These are some of the considerations that we found in reviewing a lot of the State of the Cities. Childcare, translation services, and these can vary. I think this is part of the conversation here this evening. Posting of colors, some have a musical performance. It's local. Some may have youth involvement, either facilitating or having introductions. Sometimes a local congressional or state elected official is there to make a brief comment about what's going on at either the federal or the state level. What's common to all of them is that the mayor speaks and presides over the meeting. Oftentimes there's a video that includes counselors highlighting kind of key projects or programs that are important to the city, and then they're televised. And I think that, that concludes it. So with that, be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Okay, so the purpose, do you guys have any questions for Jesse? Okay, so the purpose of this work session is to start planning our State of the City, and we can go over some of those things. So, and then this is definitely a collaborative approach. So if you have ideas on things you really want to see, things you want to go differently, but also first of all, I do want to recognize the chamber who has hosted and done a great job hosting, and I really appreciate that because that is a big lift for a group to take on. So this year, Stephanie, our communications manager, myself, and Jesse have already started meeting. And our initial thought is that we would have it well, we already have a date. It's March 17th. We would start it at our normal work session time of 5:30, right? Or was it 5? Like 5:30. About a half an hour, we'd have some snacks, like some, poop. We call it poo-poos in Hawaii, but like some snacks and drinks and stuff. And then if we want, we can do the colors. We could probably ask the Legion to do the colors if we want. I hadn't thought about that. But I did email Miss Leslie Nunez, who has built the mariachi program, and to see if we could have mariachi. I would like to have mariachi perform, if that's an okay option. But like, we will definitely have some sort of musical performance. I thought I was supposed to meet with my MEAC last week, but the library was closed. So I'll see about the MEAC. I don't think I'm going to ask. I don't think we should ask a state rep to speak.
Sure. That's fine.
And then I will speak in person, and I can give an overview and write out an outline. But then what I was thinking is so what Stephanie and I had talked about is that you would work with Stephanie. You would be given a prompt, or you would choose something you want to talk about. And I have like a menu of options, or you can choose your own. I just didn't want you to feel like, oh, like what's going on. But so then you would work out a time with TVC TV, and they would interview you. And so your portion would be like a minute, 90 seconds, where you're saying like either an accomplishment that you're really stoked about that we've done, something we're currently working on, or something you're looking forward to in the future, right? Like usually that's the state of the city. Like, hey, like hoorah, rah, we did this, or like, hey, we're doing this, or hey, I'm really looking forward to that. So we would do these highlights of counselors talking. And then my job as the mayor would be kind of like to ramp that up, like to kind of explain this, like lead the stage, and then you would be on the camera, and then I would come back, and then a different counselor would. So how does that sound to you all as a general? Is that okay?
As long as the IT works fluidly. I mean that's a lot to
The
have
going back and
videos
forth.
just working like clockwork. I mean, as long as you can get that.
Yeah. I'm fully confident with Stephanie. I'm not full. I mean, I have IT problems all the time at school. So I think that between TVC TV, so the good news is Stephanie at her former municipality has done State of the Cities. She knows what she's doing. She's the expert. TVC TV, like I've gone to multiple, like Hillsborough, Beaverton.
Yeah.
They do the camera, like they do the video. Like I feel like there's a lot of people who know how to do this, and it's going to be so amazing. So good.
Can I just add something real quick,
Sure.
Mayor? I think one of the kind of vision in part behind this, and at least in a lot of other municipalities, is this does become kind of a critical communications tool. And so if you do get an opportunity, maybe look at some municipalities like Beaverton, Hillsborough. It might give a little bit better vision about what some of those state of the cities, the scope looks like, the participation of each counselor in those. Those types of things. It's also, I think, part of the vision that they've kind of incorporated is that this is the council, this is the city, and here's our message. And so I think from a staff perspective, yes, it does take additional resources to do this compared to the traditional state of the cities, but it's also part of a broader kind of communications program that the city can get its message out and do so in a positive way.
Can I ask another follow-up question of you, Jesse? Do you think it's appropriate, and I guess I'm asking it of council as well, if like I go over some potential things I thought of, and then can we get 10 minutes at the retreat on Saturday for us to because we don't want the counselors, I don't want them to have to decide right now at 9:40.
Yeah,
But we need to decide within the next week so that Stephanie can start scheduling the interview time with TVC TV and getting it done. So is it okay with everybody if I go through the list of options, and then obviously you can pick something else? Like obviously if I didn't do something you want to do, pick it. And then maybe we can meet, and then we can circle back on Saturday.
And get a
then say
consensus
what we're
on
doing.
Saturday? Okay.
Yeah, because that way, if two people want to do something, we can rock, paper, scissors, and then whoever wins gets it, and the other person deals. Sound good? Okay, here's some of my ideas. I think anything with transportation and safety is a huge, it's a easy thing to do, right? Because we have the projects they've completed, 26th Avenue, which was all city funded, Martin Road, Thatcher. We also have coming the Fern Hill intersection. We have Mountain View, like Safe Routes to School, TV Highway. So I think that's a good one. Downtown Glow Up, the street trees, redoing that, the lights, that's another one. The TLT, like finally the city started putting money back into downtown events. And anyways, the TLT sponsorship program and for community events. The police station should probably be one since we're going to start educating and asking for money for that. Light and Power, all their grants. The recreation program success, and then expansion of parks. Like Parks and Recreation has really like grown exponentially in the last 3 years. The teen library area and bathrooms at the library. The Public Arts Commission handled $100,000 in requests for proposals for public art. That completed this year, so you could talk about all those projects: the banner pulls, the murals, the 7 generations, the Guardians. Right? I mean, that's another good fun one. And then the URA direction and purchases. But I guess we probably won't. I mean, we should be done. Those sale agreements, I don't know, our URA plan basically, and some of the things we purchased and are hoping to do. Or just, those are just a few of the things basically what I do when I write the State of the City is I go back through these presentations and I try to make sure that we have the best staff. We have a really small staff that gets a lot of stuff done. And so for me, the most important thing to do is like highlight every department, right? Is to make sure that we call out and we elevate the work that the staff is doing in every single department. I mean, that's my approach. But. Okay, any questions or are you guys fine with this? Yeah, Councilor Gustafson.
How much time do we have? An hour?
Well, we're gonna have an hour, like, it's gonna be like, people come in at 5:30, we kind of do snacks and stuff. We haven't really pulled out the whole agenda, but we're gonna have from 5:30 to 7 to do like meet and greet, the performance, the presentation before the
Okay,
council
so the
meeting.
presentation itself is about an hour?
Yeah,
Because all of what you plan on doing seems like a lot to fit into an hour. And if I heard you right, you said that we would show a video of one of us and then you would speak and back and forth. Did I understand that correctly?
well, we don't really know for sure.
Okay.
What we know for sure is that I'm gonna preside over it. I'm gonna fill in the gaps, and that each of you are hopefully, if you're willing, are gonna like, speak to an accomplishment, a current project, or a goal for the. Again, you guys don't have to speak. Like, it's not like it's not like you all are gonna be speaking that long.
That's it.
No, it'd
You're
be like
talking
a
about
90
a
second.
90-second
It's like a
blurb.
commercial
video
recorded.
interview, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It's like 90 seconds.
Got
I'm
it,
telling you,
okay.
if you
So
guys
it's gonna
watch
be
Hillsborough,
pre-taped.
it is gonna be pre-taped.
It's pre-taped, yeah.
It is pre-taped. So you can like have
Yeah,
retakes, do whatever.
okay.
You can approve it. I approve this message. If any of
Or
you say
we
that,
can
I'll
have
approve it.
like an ad, like TriMet had that video also about their buses and with all the projects,
Yeah.
like show 26, just everything that
Yeah.
has been done, like a real type of thing.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll be able to do that
All right.
because TVC can't go out on location. I don't think and go. Maybe. I'll
But
talk to
can we
Stephanie.
provide them with the
Well,
video?
We can certainly look into it. I would, if, like I mentioned earlier, maybe if you get an opportunity, oftentimes it includes the mayor presiding over the meeting and then maybe saying, introducing Council President Valenzuela, who is going to talk a little bit about this, and then the video comes on, it's pre-taped, maybe it's transportation, maybe it's whatever issue you may want to highlight, and then it's kind of the next policy area, and it might be Councilor Falconer talking about land use or something, and so it's that's kind of the format, and typically they're pre-taped. It's TVC TV. I could work with staff on kind of what the priority or the scripting may be, but also generally try to put it into your own words as well because it's going to be you on camera. So yeah.
Should be a celebration
It is,
of
yeah.
staff and council's like cooperative approach to
Mhm.
making a livable, enjoyable city. Okay. Any further questions or so your homework? Sorry. Your homework is to come to the retreat with something you want as your prompt for the video. Okay. No late work is accepted. Okay. I'm going to adjourn this work session. 2025. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Counselor Gustafson?
Here.
Counselor Valenzuela?
Here.
Counselor Schimmel?
Here?
Counselor Falconer? Here. Counselor Martinez? Here. Counselor Marshall?
Here.
Mayor Wenzel?
Here. Forest Grove City Council meetings are located on the land of the Tualatin Kalapuas, who call themselves the Atpalati. They are now part of the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde. Will the council and the audience please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I know, I feel like mine isn't. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice. Thanks. Sorry about that. I was talking to RC Recorder. It feels like my microphone's not working either, but are they on? Oh, there we go. Thanks. Okay. Item B on the agenda is public comment. Time provided for anyone wishing to speak to the City Council on an item not on the agenda or on the agenda but not scheduled for a public hearing. Comments are limited to 2 minutes unless additional time is granted by the presiding officer. The public comment period shall not exceed 30 minutes unless a majority of councilors present vote to extend the time. Zoom attendees may use the raise hand feature to be called on. I have no one signed up for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to give public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone on? Oops. Sorry, thank you. Hi, could you give your name and zip code for the record, please?
Yeah, Dan Morris at 97116. I had communicated to the board, to the council, on October 28th, some concerns in regards to the process of the crane application. And it was referred to Brian, and Brian responded. And based on that response, I've asked for a meeting with him, and he's agreed. I just wanted to give you a report on that for the time being, because I think you're probably going to hear a lot about crane for a while.
Yep.
So we're going to see, discuss some of the interpretations of the code, and I'll be enlightened, I'm sure, in regards to some things. So anyway, I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. I appreciate that. Thanks, Brian. Anyone else like to give public comment? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to give public comment? Please use the raise hand feature. Seeing no hands raised, we're going to move on to item C on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Items under the consent agenda are considered routine and will all be adopted with a single motion without separate discussion. Councilors who wish to remove an item from the consent agenda may do so prior to the motion. Any items removed will be discussed and acted upon following the approval of the remaining items. What is the wish of the council?
I move that we
Wait,
pass the consent agenda.
What do we Second. do if there's nothing?
What?
There's nothing on the consent agenda?
These are all on the consent agenda, right?
There's nothing here.
1
but
through
I
5?
thought there was,
Items 1 through 3. Okay,
Excuse me. Yes.
it's all good. Councilor Martinez has moved the consent agenda. Is there a second? And it is moved by Councilor Martinez and seconded by Councilor Valenzuela. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, I was a little late. All those opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda is passed by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 7-0. Additions and deletions. City Manager, are there any additions or deletions?
No additions or deletions. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Any proposed by councilors? Seeing none, we will now move on to item E on our agenda, which is presentations. The council will hold questions until the end of each presentation. A 2-minute reminder will be given to the presenter to conclude remarks. So we're going to continue with our annual reports. And our first report is from our Community Development Director, Mr. Brian Pohl. Hello, Brian.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Brian Pohl, Community Development Director. Is this thing, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, is that one on?
It doesn't sound very on to me for some reason. I'm used to hearing it.
No,
Okay.
I think you're fine.
It's not as loud as it usually is out here. Brian Pohl, Community Development Director, City of Forest Grove. I've asked Miles Glowacki, our Economic Development Coordinator, to come up here and join me. One, for any questions you might have related to economic development, but also because, in retrospect, looking at this presentation, he's done a lot of work this year. A lot of good programs have come out of this guy, and so I think he deserves some recognition in this setting as well. So without further ado, the agenda tonight is as follows: the purpose, the structure of community development, the council objectives and status of council objectives, top accomplishments of 2024, priorities, and then, of course, time for any questions you might have. So this is going to help us prepare for the City Council retreat on January 18th. That is, of course, this Saturday, as you all know, I'm sure. We also want to talk about the progress regarding City Council objectives, the top accomplishments for the past year, and our top priorities for the coming year. And just so you know, this includes items for all the community development functions, including building, planning, and economic development, which from now on I will refer to as ECDEB because it's easier to say. This is our department structure, and I want to stress that this is not everything we do. This is not exhaustive by any means, but you know, on an average day, what's the work that's happening in our office is falling under one of these sorts of headings: building, planning, and economic development. And again, you can see all those functions. I won't list them all. We do staff the HLB, EDC, Planning Commission, Forestry Commission, and the URA. We have by far the most boards and commissions in the city. So getting to the council objectives for 2024, the first one listed here at least was to evaluate the funding options and to clarify and implement the renewal plan. We held work sessions with you all meeting as the URA and talked about the URA plan and funding options. This guy right here, Miles, created the building improvements program basically from scratch. It's a lot of work and is up and running. We'll talk a little bit more about that later and sort of where that status is. We also narrowed and added to the list of potential properties to be acquired. If you recall, you passed by resolution as the URA board amendment to the plan that added some properties potentially to be acquired someday. And also passed a resolution to borrow $4.25 million in the Urban Renewal Agency and acquire the Woodfold and Theater properties, which I suspect is public information now that both properties are under contract as we speak. This is not necessarily a community development function anymore. When this was conceived at first during your goal setting last year, this was conceived as a CD function. But as we kind of started going through the paces a little bit, we realized that this was really sort of more of an admin sort of communications function. And so we are not the lead on the vision and action plan of Forest Grove Forward. However, the director and the economic development coordinator, we've both served on, you're looking at us two right here. We both served on the staff committee. We've staffed community events and attended all the steering committee meetings. This is a big one, and it's sort of a nebulous sort of objective that we need to refine more, but update the comprehensive plan. This is kind of, I think, long been kind of seen as the outcome of what we go through with the visioning process. It seems like a natural sort of tie-in that, you know, as we're seeing the sort of initial feedback from the visioning process, we're seeing a lot of things that are development related or community sort of direction related as they relate to building and the built environment. Subsequent to the completion of the visioning plan, we need to hold a work session with council and determine the scope of the comp plan update. Are we just responding to the visioning plan? Are we opening up the comp plan in full. What exactly is that going to look like? Based on that council feedback, we'll have to have a budget and a scope, and we can issue an RFP following the FG Forward wrap up. I want to stress, that depending on the scope, this really could be a multi-year process. A comp plan update in full is sometimes a 2 to 4 to 5 year process, and so this would not be unheard of to have a comp plan update take that long, be that sort of have that kind of breadth to it. But again, it depends on what we decide, sort of out of the FG Forward process. To develop an urban reserve concept plan and evaluate a growth strategy. Again, our urban reserves are up on David Hill. These were given to us by the state legislature through the Grand Bargain in 2014. Many of the other cities have completed their concept planning. We have significant challenges when it comes to our urban reserve area. First of all, we're up on the hill. We are at the interface of forest land. It's a fire-prone area, steep slopes. There are issues with infrastructure. For instance, above a certain elevation, we can't get enough water pressure for fire suppression. And so there are some really significant challenges in developing that area. And I think that it probably goes without saying when I list all that all those challenges are going to make development up there not just difficult, but also very expensive. Expensive development does not yield affordable housing, we'll say. Capital A, affordable regulated housing, or little a, affordable, sort of happens to be affordable housing. This will be very difficult for this to pencil out to be any sort of affordable sort of area. And so this could potentially become a conversation about alternate growth scenarios, whether or not that area makes sense at all. And is there a legislative fix that we might need? We have to kind of go through the process first and kind of see how that plays out, and really kind of get some numbers and some specific ideas of what that actually might look like up there. And sorry, I said the RFP anticipated to be issued in summer of 2025, with a plan coming before council in spring of 2026. That could be a little bit aspirational, but that's what we envision right now. EOA, which is has been this guy's baby. Eventually there will be a handoff to planning, and we'll cover that in a second. But the intent of the EOA is to study economic trends, advantages, and make sure that there's an adequate land supply in Forest Grove for the kind of industries that we might see, the kind of industries we're well positioned to grow in. We retained Johnson Economics to complete the EOA, held a work session with EDC on October 10th, 2024. I think we had pretty good feedback from the EDC that work was on the right track. We held a work session with council with Bob Johnson on October 28th. The draft is complete, I believe, as of this writing. I think there might be a little tiny bit of sort of pensmanship to just finish up there, checking the commas and periods and things like that. Other than that, the draft is complete. We will be taking that to the Planning Commission and then to council in late spring. Expect we would probably have a work session on that. We've talked about that internally, that we would have a work session before you actually see this in a public hearing. So certainly more to come on the EOA. And as sort of a resultant plan from the EOA is the Economic Development Strategic Plan. This is a plan that's a structured framework that outlines goals, and I will just read the strategies and actions to foster economic growth, improve the quality of life, and enhance the community's overall economic health. Provides a roadmap for how a city can attract investment, create jobs, support businesses, build long-term prosperities. This was last updated in 2020, and this should follow on the heels of the EOA. Turning our turning our focus to accomplishments this year, the CFEC, Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities, we've talked about many times, and so for our new counselors, I think one of you probably knows a lot, and Councilor Schimmel, I'm sure you probably know a little bit about this. This was a sort of governor-signed executive order that directed the state to take actions that would reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. One of those departments was the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And DLCD then sort of passed on some land use rules for cities to comply with. This was including things like the parking reform we just did. We did that about a month ago, I think. If you remember, not requiring parking within the half mile of the bus line, things like that. there's also some more work to come regarding with the transportation system plan. So that's not 100% done yet, but the codification of the parking reform is done. There'll be a little bit of cleanup from that. We got some feedback from DLCD. They want to see a couple little things changed in there, but pretty much kind of Scribner's things, not sort of like real consequential things. So you will see the parking reform come back in front of you probably within the next 6 months. But again, not anything super consequential. We also, you may recall, had a large data center apply for site plan approval through here. And by no means am I saying that the data center was an accomplishment of planning, but what I am saying is that was a huge sort of job for staff. The emails, the phone calls, the hearings, the written notices, the agendas, and all that stuff, that was extremely time consuming for two of us, actually. And so getting that, I won't say in the rearview mirror, but getting past the hearings phase of that was an accomplishment in the sense that there was a lot of work involved in that. We've also been continuing our participation in the TV Highway Bus Rapid Transit Plan, of which Councilor Schimmel is now the council liaison. We'll be meeting next week to talk more about this, but basically the idea is that we would bring bus rapid transit to the entire Line 57 corridor. For those of you who don't understand BRT, BRT is basically a technology that is almost like having a hybrid bus subway, where you load on at stations rather than bus stops. You have platform boarding. You can pay at the station rather than on the bus. It does increase time, it does increase time efficiency. So that's the vision for this TV Highway Access or TV Highway Management Plan. The BRT plan as we move forward, and that's a metro-led effort, but all of the cities in Washington County along Line 57, as well as the county, have been participating as well. We also have been awarded an ODOT grant that funded a TV Highway Access Management Plan. So you'll recall we did this TV Highway Safety Plan that kind of identified things like crosswalks, sidewalk gaps, bicycle infrastructure, and things like that. This is sort of the next step of looking at how we might better control access along TV Highway. Access meaning things like, business curb cuts, for people turning into businesses and things like that. How we can better manage our business access so that a safer experience for all the both in vehicles as well as not. Getting to some stats, we have had 386 dwelling units approved, and I want to kind of caution you here, these numbers are not perfect. These are single-family lots plus multifamily units. In the single-family lots, the platted lots, we're assuming one dwelling unit per lot, but under HB 2001 rules, you can now have up to a quadplex per lot. So there could be more single-family or more than what you see here. These are the number of single-family lots plus multifamily units. And you'll see how those have kind of moved through the pipeline over the years. Interesting thing in Forest Grove that we're so small is sort of the trends are kind of hard to sort of see. One trend does emerge here that you can see sort of the lots created, and then the next year you can see the inspections tick up because those lots are getting built on, back down. So we'll see that sort of through history. We had 1,085 building permits come through Forest Grove and Cornelius. The vast majority of those were in Forest Grove. Pause there, just so anybody who doesn't know, we at Forest Grove also do the building inspections and building for the city of Cornelius. I've been doing that since I've been here. It's been a good relationship, my experience here. We had 8,741 building inspections. Of those, Forest Grove was 5,335. We also had some large projects come through, including the data center, the CWS facility, a couple others. There's been a gas station that came through here. A number of sort of big projects that have kind of occupied a lot of time with the building staff. Those are just about done with review. Again, you can see the trend in building permits. They are down right now, but they do kind of come and go. Inspections, hit a high in 2021, which is a bit counterintuitive because we all think that 2020 built. They did, and 2021 was pretty busy for us. We also started the building revitalization program. Held 2 work sessions. I say we, Miles, started the building revitalization program. We held 2 work sessions with URA board on January 22nd and April 22nd with direction to staff to create a building revitalization program. We've also referred to this as a building improvement grant fund, building revitalization grant. But what this basically is up to $100,000 matching grant for building improvements within the urban renewal area. We did receive 8 applications that will go for, or have gone for EDC review on January 9th. And then the URA board will actually see these on February 10th. Say it. This is not new, but it does require sort of yearly administering the storefront improvement grant. This is up to $10,000 in matching grant funds for facade improvements within the urban renewal area. There were 5 applications received in 2024. There have been facade renovation funds approved for work at Waltz Brewing, Slow Rise, Creative Enterprises, 2 addresses you see there. These are pretty high sort of, high bang for your buck grants. New facades in a downtown show interest, show revitalizations, show that this is a vibrant sort of place to be. And so we're always happy to see those numbers stay pretty high. Created the tourism sponsorship program in late 2023 and amended in 2024. This program offers up to $5,000 per event as a sponsorship for local events. This year, that program funded 11 different events. We're pretty proud of. We also put out an RFP for tourism marketing services, contracted with J. Ray Consultants for digital marketing campaign, as well as the Chamber to manage the tourism website. The metrics right now that we see are 14,000, almost 15,000 website views, 1,200 Instagram followers. That's a 5.2% increase. An 85% increase in profile visits. And we also started the Tourism Capital Grant Program. Site B. This is the site of the proposed Fresh Foods grocery store. Held the work session with council on August 26th. That's with the Urban Renewal Agency. Fresh Foods was selected to move forward by resolution 2024-02. E&A with Fresh Foods was signed on August of 2024, expires on February 2025. We also contracted with Johnson Economics to create a plan for financing that project, finding ways forward financially. By way of a current status, there's not much to report right now, fortunately. Take any questions you have about that, but where we are right now. Our 2025 priorities are to initiate the Urban Reserve Concept Plan, as mentioned before, as well as to determine the scope of and initiate the comprehensive plan update, continue the implementation of the Urban Renewal Plan by working on the disposition of the URA properties, continue partnering with admin to develop the SG Forward Plan, to complete the EOA, which is kind of at the 5-yard line right now. I do get the sense that subsequent to a rather large application we had coming through here, that there was some appetite to review the development code with respect to industrial zone properties, things like building code heights, setbacks, things like that. We also have some code maintenance work related to the climate-friendly communities, working on the TV highway access management plan, developing historic district standards for the downtown historic district. Just to unpack that a little bit, we did pass the HLB and City Council did pass a historic district in our downtown commercial core, with the sort of problem being that our design standards are really sort of a residential base. They don't really address commercial. And so that puts staff in an odd position, kind of reviewing historic applications for design review without sort of a good basis for doing so. And so we look to kind of shore up that gap by contracting with a consultant who does historic design work, passing some development standards for the historic downtown historic district. We also, all those projects we talked about that move from land use to permitting will then move to construction. Large projects that move to construction require hundreds and hundreds of inspections don't just review, you don't just inspect a building foundation one time, 20,000 square foot building. It can be a series of dozens of inspections, testing reports. So those projects will keep our building staff extremely. We also are looking at making ADU ready-made plans. This is sort of kind of floated under the radar a little bit, but under our building program, we would like to work with an architect or designer of some sort. Many cities have done this before, but basically, if you want to build an ADU, one of the first things you have to do is get structural plans. Most people kind of usually have to pay for those structural plans. Looking at Councilor Schimel right now, who's nodding along knowingly. Those aren't cheap. The designs aren't cheap. So our vision is to have a certain sort of set of design plans that are pre-approved that you can just sort of take from us. And if you want to build this one, it's on the house. We can do that for you. That's in the hopper for this year through the building program, and I think would be a pretty cool sort of project to do. And I think that a lot of communities have seen a lot of success with those so far. As well as evaluating the first round of building improvement grant applications and providing funding recommendations to the URA board. So a lot of priorities in 2025. And with that, Miles and I are available for any questions.
Okay, great. Thanks. Questions for staff? Counselor Schimel.
Well, first, I just want to attest to how proficient your planning and permitting staff is. Just between 2023 and 24, 3 construction projects, 2 architects, and a general contractor. They all attest to how proficient your department is. So, and that includes my backyard. So, good experiences all around, and I look forward to contributing to your ADU permitting. One thing that just a comment. It's important. It was important for me to know what wasn't included in your priorities was the housing production plan or the housing needs analysis. So knowing that the state's hunted that out even further, it helps me to understand that why that's not on your list. But I'd be curious on what strategies we can take to help still stimulate some affordable housing development, including ADUs. So I look forward to talking to you further about that.
Yeah, and I'll just expand on what you said a little bit. I mean, so what used to be a housing needs analysis is now being called a housing capacity analysis. What's sort of new here is that starting very soon, I guess now for some communities, housing capacity analysis now must be followed by a housing production strategy. And concurrently, the state has established an office, the Housing Production Accountability Office, that will act as sort of a housing police, to make sure, that's a strong word, I guess, but to basically have some accountability built into the idea that if you say that you're going to do these things and then you put in your strategy that you're going to do these things, then you better do these things. And if you don't do those things, there can be some sanctions in the city. So that's a big deal. And so whatever approach we take, when we take it, which is looking like about 2 years from now, is going to have to be a very thoughtful and methodical approach. So understood why you were looking for that in the presentation, but they're over email. I think we've had the conversation why this year. So
it also, not just a stick, but they'll also be responsible for distributing the care. So
yes.
Planning money for cities like ours to create those plans.
Any additional questions, comments? Oh, sorry.
I actually had a question if no one else had one.
Go for it, Councilor Schimel.
On the properties we're purchasing, namely Woodfold, or both have commercial businesses. What communication is provided to them, maybe through the current owner, on the timing and steps for, I guess, in particularly with the gravel lot, if it means vacating the lot?
As of right now, I'm not sure what communication we've had. Honestly, there's probably a little bit of sort of chicken and egg about how we want to approach that situation and how quickly you want to, how much you want to get out there before you have all the information yourself and your intent and everything. I have not been having those conversations personally, so I'm not exactly aware. I'm looking over at Jesse smiling and making head movements, and I see him, and maybe he wants to opine on that a little bit.
So we're currently in the process, and let's be mindful, we're under a purchase and sale agreement, but we do not own these properties. There's still a robust due diligence process that needs to be gone through. Any potential purchase won't be for months from now. And so I think there is a discussion to be had there, and I'll get back to the council with that discussion. It really kind of points to what type of management does the city want to have regarding leases overall moving forward if we do become owners of these properties? And if so, what does that look like? So as far as any formal communication, there hasn't been any. I think there needs to be a discussion about that, and then there could be formal communication. Does that answer your question, Counselor?
Well, I guess the concern is the optics on the city when, and at least on social media, there's the insinuation that they're being asked to leave immediately. So I'd want to provide some runway or at least some clear communication to the businesses on what the opportunity is for them.
So nobody has been asked to leave immediately, and hopefully there'll be some clarifications and additional communication moving forward. So.
Yeah, I think that, there's going to be this is dealing in real property, so I think that we will meet and give staff direction on how to proceed. But I think that will be coming soon. Is that an okay thing to say? Like, the council needs to have discussion and consensus for staff to be able to move forward on that, I think. Wait,
Real quick.
Councilor Falconer.
On the ADUs, the other cities in the metro region who have already adopted those pre-approved plans that are already, have the engineer stamp, I guess maybe just a survey of those, just to not reinvent the wheel and spend a whole lot of city staff time on plans that might already be out there that would probably be suitable here. Would be one maybe recommendation in that project. It sounds fun. Excited for it.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. I think there's some questions about copyright and stuff like that. If we're able to kind of take those up and use them from other cities or not, I don't know.
I think Portland has actually suggested that please make great use of theirs.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, that's certainly. That's on the table.
Yeah.
Anything further from council? Seeing no further questions. Thanks so much. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Our next annual report is from our Public Works Director, Mr. Gregory Robertson, coming up to the table right now.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the
evening.
council. Greg Robertson, Public Works Director for the city. When I started my job here at Forest Grove, it was 6 years ago today. And I started off my first day meeting with Jesse, and pretty much from that moment on, the honeymoon was over. His message to me was, I want projects. And my mission, as he gave me, was to whittle down a backlog of projects that had been sitting. And so for the last 6 years and continuing today, that's been my goal. There's two kinds of projects that I manage. Project management is kind of classified as project management light, and then project management. Project management light is when somebody else is actually managing the project, or another agency is, but you are participating and fully involved with it. So the complaints go to them. That's a great feeling to have. And then other projects we own full steam ahead, and I've got a mix of them to share with you tonight. Let's see, let me get here. Okay. So first of all, I'd like to let you know that under council goals and objectives, I didn't have any this year. I don't know how I escaped it, but it was probably just my look of overwhelmed and overloaded at the time that maybe swayed. But that has not diminished the accomplishments that we have done in the past year and actually in the last 6 years. So engineers are really good at changing people's lives through the built environment. And we do that in a couple of ways. One, through maintenance type tasks, what I like to call the sexy side of government, roads, wastewater, stormwater, and water supply. And when those don't make the news, that's when they're working the best. The other side of things are projects and developing improvements to our systems to better the lives of citizens that we serve. So I have a series of projects that we are have completed in the past year and are currently working on, and also some stuff that will be coming up in 2025 and 2026. The first project that was completed was Gales Creek Thatcher Road intersection project. This project was to eliminate a slip lane to slow people down that were exiting Gales Creek and going on to Thatcher Road. Washington County managed the project because it's a piece of their infrastructure. The project estimate was about $1.5 million, and I think it came in just about that. We participated to the tune of about $600,000 in cash to assist Washington County in the project. My observations from it being completed, it has definitely had an impact on driver behavior in that it is slowing people down as they approach the intersection to make the turn maneuver, both left turn and right turn. So that's a good thing. The other thing that I've noticed is that pedestrians are now using the intersection where they weren't previously. It was pretty dangerous to cross at that location. School children, high schoolers, they wouldn't use that. They are now, and you can see that market change as a result of this improvement. So it's now in the ground. It's in its warranty period, and things are looking good. Another project that was completed this summer, lot bigger one, was the Martin Road Highway 47 roundabout. It was completed in May of this year. Project estimate was about $12 million. I think it came in a little bit more than that, but right around that ballpark. Again, that was managed by Washington County, and they had a whole lot of issues to deal with on this project. And now that it's complete, my observation is that it is functioning quite well. To the point where now the problem is being moved further towards the TV Highway Quince intersection. The efficiency of the roundabout is now transferring to queuing at that particular intersection, which is causing some significant backups. So one of my goals is to work with the ODOT maintenance staff and their traffic signal folks to see if we can get a little bit more green time on the minor leg to reduce that stacking. A project that we actually managed and managed to complete was the 26th Avenue reconstruction project. It was about a $4.5 million project, and it involved completely new infrastructure, sidewalk to sidewalk, curb to curb, and it was completed this summer. We had a good old-fashioned ribbon cutting on October 22nd. yours truly actually got the ribbon. And this was, in my judgment, a very successful project. And the definition of a successful project is the equal distribution of dissatisfaction amongst affected parties and or stakeholders. And judging by the calls and the issues that we had to work through with the property owners along here and that we're going through here, there were a lot of challenges to it because this is a pretty tight corridor and we didn't have a whole lot of room to work. But it's completed, really looks nice, and I have had a lot of compliments both from pedestrian users as well as motorists that the new infrastructure looks really good. Another project that is being worked on right now, is the Highway 47, Fern Hill, and Maple Street intersection. This project is being managed, fortunately, by Washington County. It is fully funded. The design is complete. Estimated start time is this summer. That's a little bit of fluid right now because we're still having to work through ODOT and also the railroad on some issues. The budget is approximately $9 million and should take about a year to complete. It will involve signalization, conventional signalized intersection with urban type improvements to alter and adjust the driver behavior to slow them down as they approach the intersection. We're shooting for a 45-mile-an-hour speed reduction through this area rather than the posted 55. That's one of the issues that we're having to work through still with ODOT. And there will also be what we call signal preemption, which is for the railroad. So when one of the trains comes through, the signal will turn red in all directions to allow the train to pass. Won't happen very often. It's like once or twice a week for a short duration. But that's a requirement of the railroad to satisfy their needs. Just waiting to hear back from Washington County on when they're ready to pull the trigger on this job. But when it's done, it will be a major improvement. This is a very high accident location. Rarely a weekend goes by that you don't see crushed glass, mangled plastic, and metal on the sides of the roads from an accident that happened there. So this will be a good improvement and much needed one. Another project that we're working on is to develop some resiliency in our water supply, and we're doing that by an emergency intertie, and this is being constructed at the intersection of Mountain View Lane and Heather Street. It's located, if you can look at the little pretty picture, is that pink box in the kind of lower left-hand corner. What that will do is allow the city to have, well, currently right now we have the Joint Water Commission that supplies water during our peak demand needs through a 24-inch line from the water treatment plant to 10th Street and Elm, and then it ties into our distribution system. This will tie into the North Transmission line and allow the city, should that other line go down, and it is old and is subject to failure, to tie in to the North Transmission line and divert water through that location into our distribution system to improve our redundancy in our system. And eventually we'd like to have this as a permanent, but right now it's emergency purposes only, but will serve the community well in the event we have a catastrophic catastrophic failure of our system. That project has been awarded. Construction notice to proceed has been issued, and we're expecting it to be completed 2025. And our budget is about $2 million. We have a annual program that we make a lot of friends around the community of doing our annual overlay and curb ramp improvements. And we select usually about 1.5 to 2 miles of road segments throughout the city. We base our decision on which ones to work on a pavement condition rating that we maintain for all of our roads. We look at the ones in the most severe condition and tag those to be next on the agenda, and we continue to work through that system. Additionally, we target about 80 to 90 curb ramps, ADA accessible curb ramps annually that we're obligated to do as part of any of our overlay work. So far to date, we've managed to hit all of, or pretty close to all of our collector routes and arterial routes. They're now compliant. We still continue to work through them, but we're getting real close to getting that. And the next thing will be starting to look at our local access roads and make that a focus. This past year, we did 94 curb ramps and about 1.5 miles worth of overlay work and inlay with a budget of about 1.6 million. Projects that are coming up in 2025 that we're currently working on or getting ready to. Our Public Works Admin building remodel and expansion is moving along swimmingly. We're going to try and be ready to go to bid in March, although I think that's a little bit dubious right now. It probably will slide a little bit as we work through the issues. Our estimate is about $4.5 million, and that'll be funded primarily through the water fund, a water fund loan, which will be repaid by each of the funds. We are also working on a really big lift for the city, and that's to replace our tankage at the water treatment plant. Currently, we have 2 5 million gallon tanks that are subject to seismic concerns and likely will fail if the big one comes along. So we're looking at replacing those with more seismically resilient tankage, and also planning for the future growth of the community as well. So we currently have 2.5 million gallon cells, or one 5 million gallon tank. Will be replaced by 2 5 million gallon tanks. The first one is currently under design right now, and we've required the right of way for the second one. So we're good on that part. The tough part is that the cost is very expensive. It's estimated to be about $38 million for just one tank and all the requisite piping that goes along with it. However, there is a grant program called BRIC, which is through FEMA. It's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. And this grant program is ideal for this type of project. So we are in the process of applying for that grant. It's about $27 million ask. Their window minimum is about 20 million, so we're right in the sweet spot where we want to be. We will have a match requirement of about 25%, but our water fund is healthy enough that we'll be able to manage that very certainly more than the 38 million on its own. That project is currently in design. The NOFO, or the Notice of Funding Opportunity, was released by the Biden administration last week, and the deadline for the grant submission is March 28th. So we've got a lot of work to do between now and then to get it ready. Another project that I've been working on personally is the Mountain View Lane TV Highway Safe Routes to School grant. This is a project that has quite a bit of interest and a lot of students that use it, certainly on Mountain View Lane with the 2 schools in the vicinity. And the idea is to complete some sidewalk gaps between U Street and Rose Grove, and then along TV Highway, but then also along Mountain View Lane in the vicinity of the railroad tracks, which is a real problem. I was notified on Christmas Day, actually, which seemed like an odd day for a government notification, but that we are in the money round, that it ranked number 2 in the state for the projects that were submitted, and there was roughly about 100 of them. And we got full funding, which is $1.6 million. And you'd think that's a lot of money for a little bit of sidewalk, but $1 million of it is just for the railroad crossing, for the 5 feet of concrete panel that we have to drop in. We have to replace a signal, and it's expensive. But that's moving along. I've got the grant agreement, and so I have to go through and truth it and make sure everything reads the way it should, and we'll get that one rolling here pretty soon. We have the design about 30%, 40% done now. I added the U Street piece in to Rose Grove along TV Highway. We've got to pick up some survey work for that, but that design will get moving here pretty quick. Soon as ODOT gives me the thumbs up and sprinkles holy water on my grant agreement. And we continue to work on the TV Highway Safety Improvement Project, looking for funding. We were granted some funds, actually a small portion of the overall project. The original highway safety corridor estimate was around 22 million, something like that. We got 850,000 through a congressional earmark, and those funds are going to be put towards signalizing the intersection of Adair and U Street, which is another very high accident location, both for pedestrians as well as vehicular traffic. And signalizing it will definitely improve safety for all users. ODOT is now working through getting the agreements in place to make the fund transfer and then put that money towards the project. They're estimating that they will be able to signalize it in 2027. So that's a good thing, and that's pretty fast for ODOT time. The final project that I'm working on that so far has been assigned to me this year is the Town Center Improvement Project, and that is dealing with some street trees, some lifted sidewalk panels, a bunch of tree wells, replanting some trees, putting in some lighting infrastructure, and generally just kind of sprucing up the downtown. I'm currently working on the bid specification for it right now, and hope to have it. I'm about halfway through it right now, and should be done by the end of this week. And then I have some coordination to do before I put it out to bid, but that'll be coming around the corner here this summer. I think that's about all I have, which is a lot.
That was a lot.
A lot of good stuff has happened, and a lot of stuff has yet to happen, and it's all good.
Thanks, Greg. Happy 6-year anniversary with the city of Forest Grove as well. Any questions for Greg?
I do have a comment and a question. 26, it's beautiful. I live in that area, and it was a headache during the time that it was, but people need to understand. The outcome is just really great. I have a question about the Rose Grove, U Street, all that area. As you say, there are a lot of accidents. It's not good conditions for pedestrians either that take the bus. So can you again give me a timeline for that project?
So a lot of it's going to be dependent on how fast ODOT gets through their process. They've notified me that we are finalists subject to approval by the Oregon Transportation Commission, which is to be this week.
Okay.
I would think that would be mostly just, a no-brainer. And they, ODOT has sent me the grant agreement. I need to review it, get them edits back, and then we'll finalize that. And once I get the green light to move on it, I will get the designer to finish up. We'll have to pick up some survey data to do the piece along TV highway, but it shouldn't take too long once we get rolling on it. The piece on with the railroad tracks at Mountain View, that's a highly specialized piece of equipment. Could take a while to get, but we can take care of the other stuff and get it done while we're waiting for that one.
Thank you very much.
Great, Greg. The TV highway project is huge, and so staff did a really good job of like scaffolding it so you can do pieces of it at a time. But I guess my just clarifying question is, I thought the mid-block crossing at Rose Grove to the bus stop by Ace was going to happen like early in the process, and then I heard I didn't hear that tonight. I heard that the money from Congresswoman Bonamici was going to go, which is also needed. I mean, they're all really needed, but it was going to go to the traffic signal light in
I think I
2027.
can clarify that.
Okay.
The mid-block crossing at Rose Grove is already funded. Okay. And ODOT is going through their final review process. I just saw some internal email as I was sitting here on soliciting some comments by ODOT to our staff.
Perfect.
And so it's funded. It's getting ready to be released, and I'd expect it to happen this summer.
Okay, so just to clarify, the mid-block, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page when people ask us, right? So the mid-block crossing is happening probably within the next year. It's funded.
That would be my understanding. Yes.
And then we are working with ODOT, and we have partially contributed to funding, and around 2027, there should be a light at the intersection of U Street. And currently, we have a Safe Routes to School grant that's funding some gaps in sidewalks on Adair, U, and Mountain View. Is this all correct? So I've been like doing a lot of talking on this topic, and I want to make sure.
You're close. On the mid-block crossing at Rose Grove,
yeah,
we didn't participate in that.
No,
that is an ODOT project.
No, right.
So, and ODOT has told us that it's fully funded. So they're just finalizing and getting it programmed in. Okay. So that's handled. My understanding is that's going to go 2025. So
cool. Perfect.
I can find out, maybe give some additional information. I can reach out to them and ask them for a more specific time.
Yeah, I just appreciate all your work on it. Sure. TV highway is so dangerous, and we've been, I know a lot of us have been really trying to get some funding and get some safety things going on. So it just sounds like we finally got a good push, and I'm excited.
The real good deal about the TV highway improvement is it's not a one and done project. In other words, we can operate from a menu and just start knocking off pieces, which is a heck of a lot more manageable than trying to come up with 20 million. By any stretch of the imagination. So the good thing to me is start knocking the big ones and go to the smaller ones.
It's exciting. Okay, further questions. Sorry, Counselor. I'm going to go Counselor Gustafson and then Counselor Schimmel.
The the area of Gales Creek and Thatcher, I live near that area, and it seems a lot safer to me now that we've made that adjustment. And I don't know if this was the city or the developer, but I live northeast of Thatcher and David Hill. And as you're going down to the newer developments, one of the areas on the sidewalk on the outside of the neighborhood, they've made it snake shaped instead of straight. And I don't know if that was a developer decision or a city decision, but I have to say it is lovely compared
I think
to just
that was
the
a
straight.
developer decision. We don't tell them how to do that. If that's something that they want to do to, meander the sidewalk within the right of way, that's a great thing to do. It just requires a little bit more coordination to make sure valve boxes and all the little fun things that hang in the verge between the back curb and the sidewalk all fit in there at that location.
Right. I hope to see more of that. It looks nice.
Yeah, we don't discourage it. We don't encourage it. It's kind of like a decision on their part.
Sure. All right, thanks. That's all I have.
Counselor Schimmel.
Yeah, well, I want to applaud your team for prioritizing Mountain View for your safe routes. That's, I remember my kids going to school there, so that's an important one. And I'd be curious, going into the next couple of years, what other safe routes or sidewalks appear to be a hazard that you would prioritize? That's one question. The other is on the TV highway. I understand it's multifaceted. Does the city going to owe a match to take advantage of what Metro or the state will contribute?
Let me answer the first question. In terms of safe routes to school, it's a very formulaic type grant, and I haven't identified any particular future project. However, when I looked at this one fit the mold that I thought could compete very well because it's a competitive type grant. I mean, ODOT gets usually about 100 plus applications and can only fund about 20 of them. So there's 80 that don't get funded. But this one kind of met that criteria, and that's how I like to go about. I like to match up the grant source with the project and figure out, okay, this is how I can maximize this particular grant and be competitive. What projects do I have in my array and that fit that mold? And in the case of Safe Routes to School, this one fit like a glove. No questions asked. There's a lot of kids that use that route, and they're forced right now to walk onto the street or along the crossing the tracks, which is not a safe maneuver. And then on U Street, there isn't any infrastructure there, and it's the bus stop location there in Mountain View it's one of the more unique ones I've seen. It's just a ramp, and that's it. It's not connected to anything. So it looks a little odd when you see it out there. This project will connect and tie in to existing sidewalks on U Street and then tie in at Rose Grove and then clean up that whole area in front. So it kind of hit on all cylinders. In terms of Metro, I'm
asking about a match that the city needs to contribute to any one of those projects or the accumulation of them.
In terms of the TV highway,
the TV highway bus rapid transportation plan, the Metro.
That I couldn't tell you. I think that one's pretty much being funded 100%. It's not between Metro and TriMet. I don't think that's we're part of that discussion. At least
No, we are. No,
everyone will have.
There's going to be. Yeah, I can answer that. I think every municipality, every jurisdiction is going to. It's a small grants application, and we're going to have. And so the question I've been asking numerous times is, will they give us credit for the projects the grants we're getting, the projects we're doing now that increase safety on TV highway? And the answer has been, well, depends when it happens, but most likely not. I mean, they haven't really come out into that, but based on the grant, like it depends on when the project happened and the year that we get the grant. And so all these things we're doing now probably will not give us credit towards that bus rapid transportation.
I'll confess,
That's Brian's
I've
thing.
not been part of that whole discussion. It's certainly the circles that I run in. That's not been communicated to me, but the BRT thing has been kind of shepherded by community development, so I think they probably know better than I would. And obviously, somebody does.
Any other questions for Public Works? Seeing none? Okay, thank you, Greg.
Yeah,
we appreciate it. Next up, we have our Light and Power annual update with our Light and Power Director, Mr. Keith Horman. Good evening, Keith. Hello.
All right, good evening, Council. All right, in tonight's presentation for L&P, I'll kind of go over a little bit of what we've been able to do this past year, and then what some of the things that we're going to be working on in 2025. In Light and Power, our workload is separated into 3 separate buckets. We have our new business, which is basically all customer-driven projects ranging from a single home all the way up to a major industrial development. We have what we call maintenance, and this is basically all projects related to the upkeep of of the L&P electric system. And then we have our separate customer programs, for example, such as our energy efficiency, solar net metering, vehicle incentives, stuff like that. I'm not sure what's wrong with that picture there, but it was a full picture.
Like a tease.
Yeah, well, that is a subdivision. We are actively working on several different subdivisions that are either in the active stage or planned, and other multifamily complexes. There's several going on throughout the city. In 2024, we energized 116 different homes. We're also working on several larger commercial and industrial projects, including this one here at Old Trapper. This was a large expansion that they finished this last year and we energized. Old Trapper is now our second largest power usage customer in the city. And I've been told they're the second largest jerky manufacturer in the world. So, I don't know that for sure. The Crane Data Center development, this is a large project. We continue to work with the Crane Data Group and our partners at BPA to meet the needs of this project. One thing that I didn't add a slide for, and I didn't even think about it until listening to Greg's presentation. We were very actively involved in all of the road projects that he was working on, especially that 26th Avenue. That was a pretty challenging project for us. We had to move all the entire pole line between Hawthorne and Sunset about 3 to 4 feet to the north, right in the middle of the active power lines and keeping everybody in service at the same time. So it was a little challenging, but our crews did a fantastic job. Moving into the maintenance side of the house, I've talked about this project before in my past reports. This is a project that we're replacing the old direct-bury high voltage cables that were installed in the 1970s and 80s. There was a lot of them. We've been working on this for a very long time. I've been here a couple days, and in my first few months, I was working on this in 1994. So it's been a very long-term project. It's a very expensive and labor-intensive project. I do want to thank council with their guidance this last year. We were able to utilize some of our return distribution clause funds from BPA towards capital projects, and this is one of the ones that we did, and we have accomplished more in the last 3 years than we did in the previous 27. And I'm happy to report that this project is complete. We have finished the replacement of all direct buried cables throughout the city, so that was a major project accomplishment for us. Also identified in our electric system master plan is the replacement of approximately 300 poles that are pre-1970s. All of these poles have been inspected and prioritized for replacement, and we are actively replacing these as we speak. Another thing that makes a huge difference on our reliability is our tree trimming crews. They are actively trimming line clearance trees every day, and their work has a huge effect on keeping us in power. And wildfire mitigation. Obviously, we are all aware that this has become a huge priority to all electric utilities, especially right now, as you're aware. We are working on this. We've identified lines that are at higher risk for the wildland-urban interface, and we are in the design stage of replacing these. We're replacing all the overhead lines and putting them underground. We were fortunate enough to receive a Department of Energy grant for a little under $500,000 towards this, and our goal is to have the bulk of these replaced before this upcoming fire season. Our attention right now is focused on the David Hill Road area. We're actively working on this. Moving into some of our customer programs, our energy conservation program is very successful. We work on a biennium with the BPA on this. We are just finished the first year of that this last October 1st. And we had quite a bit of savings on kilowatt hours. We also had a large first ever major project where we received an additional $190,000 towards a project with one of our commercial clients. And the energy that we have saved this last year was be the equivalent to approximately 80 homes is the amount saved. And we also included a couple slides about our power usage, just to show you that our power usage throughout the city has been increasing. 2024 data was not quite available yet, but there's every indication that our usage has increased in 2024 also. And to break it down by sector, there's been increases across the board on all different sectors, residential, commercial, and industrial. Probably the largest has been in our residential. And also happy to report that we received another federal grant for $900,000, and a big kudos out to the mayor and city manager. We were having real-time discussions as they were back in Washington, D.C., lobbying for this project. So they were successful in their lobbying, and we did receive this grant. We are working through the pre-application grant process right now, and we're hoping as soon as we can get through this, these things will get off the ground. And the revenue generated by these solar arrays, which will be located at two of our substations, hopefully 3 if we have enough funds, will be pushed into our low-income energy assistance fund to help our disadvantaged customers. I also want to report that we received another grant with a consortium of different cities throughout the metro area for installation of electric vehicle chargers. These chargers will be targeting lower income multifamily residence complexes and also public accessible areas. The city of Tualatin is leading this project, but since we are one of the few cities that has that actually owns a power company, and also because of our past experience with this same exact type of grant, we're very actively in the part of the planning project for the distribution of these funds. It was a $15 million grant, so it's pretty big. And I just want to include a few of the other smaller things that we're working on that we'll be continually work on. Our AMI metering program. This is, we've reached the end of life on some of our metering, and we'll expect to continue reaching more. And we have been working with our vendors, and we are starting a hybrid program where we can continue to utilize the existing system. And as we install newer meters, we're able to capture the other meters and bring those reads back in. When completed, we will have a completely automated meter reading system. We're also working with the GIS consultant that the city has hired. We have taken the lead on this project for light and power. Our data has now all been migrated into the utility network GIS, and we are just about ready to go active with it. Unfortunately, our data is not accessible to the public for security reasons, but we are already looking at next steps, and I believe they're starting on the Public Works data very soon. We are using the same consultant that Chief Gearing is used in fire for the EOP, and we're updating our continuity of operation plans and our emergency management plan for light and power to make sure that we meet all federal requirements. That's very active right now. And the updating the joint use contracts, I can actually say this will not be done in 2025 because in last week we just received our last signed contract from Ziply. So now we have brand new contracts, updated contracts from all 5 of our communication providers that we work with here in the city. That has been a 2-year process getting that. We are preparing about ready or getting closer to putting out requests for proposals for substation upgrades and transmission loop line. These are 2 projects, pretty large projects that were identified also in our master plan. The Filbert substation upgrade is the replacement of the existing transformer that's there. It's reached its end of life. It is still healthy, but we're being proactive in getting it replaced. And we're also looking at the design stage for a transmission loop line that runs between Forest Grove substation and Filbert substation. We're trying to create a 3-leg stool around the city to have a totally independent system for better reliability and the resiliency of our system. Our staff is also working on updating our construction, our service, and the city's lighting standards. That'll be ongoing throughout the year. As Greg had mentioned, the downtown project, we are tasked with doing the tree lighting for that project. We're working closely with Greg's group on getting going on that as soon as he's ready for us. Another project that we haven't talked about much is we are adding a tie switch at our Forest Grove substation between our Banks 1 and Banks 2. I know this means probably absolutely nothing to you, but what it is, this will really increase our reliability and our resiliency at our Forest Grove substation, which is the backbone of our system and carries the most load. This is a very important project to us. And last year I reported that we were working on some substation security measures besides some small additional lighting. I can tell you that all of our substation security measures have been done. They are in place. One of the biggest things we did is we installed extra perimeter fencing. So basically we're pushing people farther away from our active substations so people can't get closer. And we've put numerous other measures in place too. I have also been mentioned, I think twice in previous discussions, that we are expecting rate increases for the 2026 through 2028 rate period with BPA, which happens to be the last rate period of this current contract. Preliminary numbers, which aren't locked in yet from BPA, are in 2026, we will see a 10.37% rate increase for power and a 17.9% rate increase for transmission services. Mr. Downey and our staff will be working with our financial consultants to see if this is going to result in any needed rate increases that we need to pass on to our customers. We'll be talking about that quite a bit in the future here. And then the other thing happening with BPA is we are getting prepared to enter into the next long-term contract, which will run from 2029 through 2044. Jesse will be expected to be signing those contracts probably the summer or fall of 2025. In this last item, I bring this up because I think this is something we're going to be discussing more here in the near future. This is what's called PARS. It's a Portland Area Reinforcement Study, which was started by BPA in a consortium of 5 utilities on the west side of Portland here, including PGE, ourselves, the city of McMinnville, Columbia River PUD in St. Helens, and Claskenai PUD. And what this group is doing is identifying the overage system and needed upgrades on this Portland West Metro side of what we need to be done. This is the first time BPA has ever done this, and this group of us is going to be used as a pilot program and an example to be used throughout the BPA system, because the same issues we're having, it's across the entire 7-state footprint of BPA. So this is getting a lot of attention. There will be some expected cost shares, and I think within the next few months, we'll be able to bring a lot more information to you folks to help us make some decisions. Madam Mayor, I can now attempt to answer any questions. Anyone.
Great. Thanks, Keith. Questions for Keith? You know that Counselor Schimmel gives me the nod, so hopefully he's kind to you with only 1 or 2.
Well, I want to express appreciation for your explanation of the rate schedules and the firewall between residential and industrial, and I'm hopeful we can better illustrate or articulate it for the public, especially in light of rate increases. I know one's not attributed to the other, so I think it'll be important to explain that firewall in relation to these new rate increases. So I look forward to working with you on trying to provide some public education on that.
Yes. Yeah. We're working with our comms team, getting prepared to do that.
You don't have a question? I didn't want to cut you off. So.
How well is our solar program being utilized?
How well is the solar program
being utilized?
Our net metering program? I think last count, and don't quote me, I think it's either 83 or 85 customers. One of those two is now utilizing that program. It's been very successful. The sad fact is, because our rates are so low compared to, and I know that's hard to understand, but compared to others, you don't get as big a bang for your buck. But we have, like I said, around 85 customers that are utilizing it.
Thank you.
So it's been very successful.
So I'm going to say a couple things. I was giving Counselor Schimmel a bad time, but I'd do the same thing, so I really should not give a bad time. But thank you for your presentation. It's obvious why you all are fan favorites for not just us, but the whole community. I guess my question is, so there's 2, I mean, I don't want to sometimes I feel like a teacher telling the council, but there's 2 grants. The congressional earmark was the solar panels, right? And then from ODOT is the grant that we're sharing for EV chargers in multi-dwelling, apartment complexes, public. So I guess in regards to that project with the EV chargers, how many do we think we can get, and what's the timeline? I'm just going to be really blunt. When I attended Region 1 Transportation, there's this thought with climate funding that we need to spend it as soon as possible before it gets grabbed back or we lose it. And so I just want to know what the timeline is and how many chargers we think we can install in Forest Grove for our apartment complexes, our multi-dwelling units, things like that.
Yeah, it's a little preliminary still, but we are working with the city of Tualatin. As I mentioned, we're part of the project team. We're pursuing a project manager at the moment to manage all 17 cities, the projects in all. So I don't know exactly when it's going to be starting, but we're very aware of the possible clawback on a lot of these grant funds. initial estimates of in the Forest Grove, city of Forest Grove, we should receive between 10 and 15
Oh, that's so good.
double port EV chargers.
That's so good.
It will be fantastic.
Yeah, and then priority will be towards our apartment complexes, maybe, right? I think, and
That's
I think
correct.
according to the grant, that's just such good news. Well, great. Okay, thanks.
And in any other like parks or
Yeah, public
neighborhoods areas where
Yeah.
we could do group.
high
Our,
density.
our EV chargers are really getting utilized a lot right now.
Well, thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. Thanks, Keith.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Have a nice night. Our last annual report. Thank you, Colleen, for waiting. I mean, we are only about 45 minutes over your time. And I know you have to drive back to Portland tonight, so I apologize. You can take it up with your fellow directors at the directors meeting tomorrow and not us.
I was just thinking, I don't know how the order is chosen for the departments, but I'm going to go with best for last.
Best for last, for sure.
So in deference to the time, I'll go quickly through this, and then if you have questions at the end. So good evening, Mayor Wenzel and Council. I'm here tonight to proudly tell you about what's been going on at the Forest Grove Library. Like Public Works, we did not have any council objectives assigned to us. The top accomplishments I'm going to talk through so we can skip right through summer reading. I won't read them all off. We'll just start going through them. So if we can go to summer reading. So summer reading 2024 was again a very successful year. And the two things I wanted to highlight from this page were the adult summer reading, the 6,643 hours of adult summer reading, which, as it says, is double the hours from 2023. I'm going to say some more about that in an upcoming screen. So we'll skip to the books distributed under the youth summer reading part. 1,684 books were distributed to children who signed up for summer reading. And I just want to note that that was thanks to the Friends of the Forest Grove Library and to the Ready to Read grant that we get from the state library. I did a screen this time on partnerships just because I'm very proud of all of the partnerships that the library staff has created. And so they're all, or most of them are listed here. But on the next screen, I wanted to highlight a few, and Jesse and I talked about this, that there were a few that you might not know about. The ones that I wanted to highlight, I think, were Bloodworks Northwest. That's a fairly new relationship for us. They've been coming to the library 2 or 3 times a year, and people are donating blood through Bloodworks Northwest. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they have told us that most of the blood that they distribute goes to Washington County residents, so they're very pleased to be coming to Forest Grove. Goodwill, I wanted to make sure you knew about our ESL classes. We've added the second one, and again, those are provided by instructors from Goodwill. The Meals on Wheels people, again, I'm pretty sure we talked about this before and that you're aware that our adult summer reading readers track their reading. And thanks to the Friends of the Library, this is the second year that we've selected a local charity to receive funds based on adult summer reading. And this year, the Friends provided about 60 meals thanks to adult summer readers. So I wanted to highlight. If you don't know about the library newsletter, that's our MailChimp newsletter. We have 7,500 subscribers, and it's a really cool newsletter. It's got lots of good information in it and all about our programs. And so if you haven't signed up, I would encourage you to do that. You can do that on our webpage. You know, libraries are a big fan of statistics, so I couldn't possibly do a presentation without noting statistics. The first screen that we have is circulation, and you know, in library land, that means all of the items that we check out. And that this number includes the renewals and digital circulation as well. And as you can see from this bar graph, we've had a really good year. Circulation has increased, and we're very pleased to see that our attendance at the library, the people coming into the building, has increased, as well as the number of items being checked out. The next statistics is about program attendance, and again, you can note that we've again had a very good year. I give much credit to the library staff for the types of programs they're offering and how they advertise them. Again, through our newsletter is one of the ways, but we're having really good programs and really good participation in those programs. I'd, of course, like to brag on the Teen Library Council, and I'll make sure that you know that we have continue to have a very active Teen Library Council. 27 members work with librarian Lily Hawley, and on these next screens, it talks about all the good work they've done, continue to do on behalf of the library, and they're a fun group of human beings, and they get a lot done at the library. So I just want to make sure you are aware of them. You're, of course, curious to know the status of the library construction projects because we've been talking about them for so long. I'm very pleased to tell you that the East End bathrooms are completely completed and open, and if you haven't been over to visit them, I would encourage you to do so. They're quite lovely and very popular with patrons. Patrons like them a lot. Signage is in the works, so very soon we'll have much better signage about those bathrooms. The West End bathrooms are being painted as we speak. So I understand from the construction people that we're getting close to completing those as well, and we'll be very happy about that. The teen, there's actually pictures of the before and after, so you get to see if you haven't been there. The teen partition is under construction as well, and looking good. They're not done, but the framework is up. Again, if you haven't been there in a while, you can come and see that the framework is all up and the glass is being installed. I wanted to be sure and mention the library support groups because they matter a lot to us. Under the Friends of the Library, we decided to list some of the things that they have enabled us to purchase with their fundraising. They're listed there. I won't read them. The Library Foundation, of course, you know, is all about capital projects. And right now they're working on a donor recognition piece that we're pretty excited about. That's going to be a long time in the works. But ultimately, we're going to have something beautiful to recognize library donors. The Ginsberg Garden Project is also being sort of evaluated and reconfigured about how we maintain and manage that garden. And the foundation now has a newsletter they're doing twice a year. You know, of course, about the Library Commission and the good work that they do. Lastly, I think you need to know about what's going on at WCCLS, and I'm hoping that you do know that for the last year, WCCLS has been working with a consultant named Marina to evaluate the structure, governance, and funding of the county library system. The timeline that's listed here simply speaks to the fact that they were hired, and for the last year, Jesse and I have been actively involved in discussions and debates and a lot of information gathering about what's the future of WCCLS. I would have you know that on the 28th of January, there's going to be a Board of Commissioners work session. The agenda for that is going to be released, I understand, on January 25th. And so some of the information that is soon to be available will be released at that time. You, of course, will be hearing much more about it as this proceeds. including the last bullet there that mentions the fact that there is likely going to be advocacy for an increase in the WCCLS levy on the ballot in November. So lastly, our top priorities, we've already talked about a couple of these. We want to get those construction projects completed, continue to work with WCCLS, respond. Number 3 speaks to the fact that there is the potential for some reductions in all Washington County departments based on the rather dramatic budget deficit that the county is experiencing. Lastly, we have in mind at the library to do some upgrades to both the carpeting, the painting, the furniture. We've received a very two very generous bequests, one of which is specific to the children's area. We'll be hopefully within the next year or so upgrading all of the children's furniture and artwork. The donor has asked that we use the funding for that. Since then, we've received another significant bequest without any stipulations. So I'm looking forward to spending them. The last, I should, before I end, give much credit to Nathan Jones of the library staff, who did a bunch of good work on this. He created this last slide for you, and I think Jesse and I thought it was pretty interesting. So I hope you think that too. It speaks to how the library receives its funding and from where. And so again, Nathan put that together, and I would close now with any questions you might have. That's the teen library.
Thanks. Questions for Colleen? Counselor Schimmel.
Well, primarily a comment. My 30-year-old son is a very avid reader, full of imagination because of the years he spent in your library. And I think when I was a young parent, I think I owed some thank yous to your librarians for helping me to raise my son. And I'm sure many young parents believe the same thing. So it looked like you had an exceptional year, and I'm hopeful we can advocate for preserving your budget.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yeah, I want to echo Counselor Schimmel's comments. I think, and I hope you can take it back to your staff. I think you have a tremendous staff. I go in the library quite frequently as well, and Nathan, Lily, there's some that I probably can't remember the first names, but everyone is really welcoming. They're helpful. They're engaging with patrons. It's just such a nice place to walk into and receive services. And they're definitely essential services. I do want to follow up with the budget. I had a meeting with Chair Harrington today, and I asked about the library levy and library funding and their overall budget. Basically, because she said that she wouldn't give us a budget, they wouldn't have a budget message to us until April 28th. I remember the date, and I wrote it down once because I was shocked. But our budget process starts at that same time. So I communicated that that's really difficult for cities. And she was like, so her answer to me was, there's 1 year left of the levy. So funding should not decrease this year from the county, from WCCLS until June 30th of 2026. And that they're going to do some polling and they won't know what the increase is and some other things. But I did start advocating, and I have been advocating, and I will continue to advocate. But I did want to let you know that that was the comment from them at this point. Okay, further questions? I know it's not great news. Sorry, Colleen. Further questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item F, which is public hearings, ordinances, and resolutions. Resolution 2025-03 is electing city council president. And I'm going to turn it over to Mariah, or do I lead this?
I think we have a staff report, and then it's
okay, and then I'll
turned over to me.
open it up.
Thank you, Council. So this resolution is to elect your council president for the year. Most of the information is included in the memo, but the council president essentially will act as mayor pro tem when the mayor is unable to fulfill their duties and acts as presiding officer when the mayor is not at a meeting. We do have the process for the election listed out. But essentially, any council member can elect or propose can propose another counselor. If nominated by a fellow council member, you'll have to accept or deny that nomination. And you can also nominate yourself, which you obviously wouldn't have to accept. As the city attorney noted earlier, there's no blind ballots, so I'll be passing out slips of paper that have each of your names on them. If there are multiple nominations, you'll write down the person you're voting for, and then I'll collect those and put them up on a spreadsheet. And then we'll repeat that process if need be, if there's a tie or something alike.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions of staff?
Claire, just so, and you make a nomination, there doesn't have to be a second to the nomination, it's just.
That's correct, yeah. It just has to be accepted.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing no questions, I'm going to open the nominations at this point. Would anyone like to nominate anybody?
I'd like to nominate Councilor Valenzuela.
Okay, do you accept or decline?
I do.
Okay, Councilor Valenzuela is nominated. Anyone else like to nominate someone? Councilor Gustafson?
I'd like to nominate Councilor Martinez.
Okay, Councilor Martinez, do you accept? Okay, anyone else like to nominate anybody? Going. Okay, seeing no other, we have 2 nominations on the ballot, Councilor Valenzuela and Councilor Martinez. So at this point, I think our city recorder is going to hand out the ballot and we're going to vote on the ballot. Okay, great.
So once you're done writing in who you voted for, Mariah or I can pick up the ballots and then we will tally them and put them up on the screen.
Thank you, Jess.
Can everyone see the screen okay? Or is that a view? Can
Yeah,
everyone
that's
view that?
correct for me.
Okay. So our total comes to 4 votes for Councilor Valenzuela and 3 for Councilor Martinez.
Okay, so at this point, I'll entertain a motion. On the staff memo is a suggested motion, or you can use your own.
I move to approve resolution number 2025-03, electing Councilor Valenzuela as city council president.
I'll second.
Okay, resolution 2025-03, electing city councilor president Valenzuela was made by Counselor Schimmel and seconded by Counselor Falconer. Will the city, I'll open it up for discussion. Sorry, I'm out of practice. Is there any discussion on this?
Just want to say thank you, colleagues.
You're welcome. Any other question? Okay. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Counselor Gustafson?
Yes.
Counselor Valenzuela?
Yes.
Counselor Schimmel?
Yes.
Counselor Falconer? Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Marshall?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. In a vote of 7-0, Resolution 202503 has been approved by the Forest Grove City Council. Okay, moving on to item F2, Resolution 2025-04, amending the City Council Rules of Procedures by deleting Section 13. I'm going to turn over to our city recorder again.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a follow-up on some work sessions that were held on council rules. This one is just basically the first of two resolutions. This one is to remove the proclamation language from council rules. Another resolution will come before the council with the full proclamation policy that we're working on, but we did want to have the city attorney go over it first. So unfortunately, we weren't able to bring that one on this, but like it says, this will just remove that language from council rules. We're going to leave that section as reserved rather than renumbering everything just for ease of reference. Yeah, and then we'll bring the next resolution at an upcoming meeting.
Okay, questions for staff? Seeing no questions, what's the wish of the council?
I move to approve resolution 2025-04.
Second.
Thank you. Resolution 2025-04 was moved by Councilor Gustafson and seconded by Councilor Marshall. Any discussion by the council? Will the city recorder read it by title only? Sorry, I didn't have you do it last time. Was I supposed to have you do it?
It doesn't matter.
Do I need to have you do it or no?
Pardon?
Was I supposed to have you read it by title only or?
Yeah. Resolution 2025-04, amending the city council rules of procedure by deleting section 13.
Thank you. All those in favor of resolution 2025-04, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, resolution 2025-04 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council. Thank you. Now we will move on to resolution 2025-05, authorizing the release of a public utility easement and authorizing the city manager to execute the release on behalf of the city of Forest Grove. I don't see our public works director, Greg Robertson.
No, I'll go ahead and take this report. Mayor, if you don't mind, can I do it from over here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So this is a resolution that's seeking the release of a public utility easement and authorizing the city manager to execute the release on behalf of the city. This was a utility easement that was granted to the city in April of 1979. Mariah, I'm wondering if you could bring up the attachment that shows the diagram, please. It was donated to us for an unknown specific purpose. To the city's knowledge, this easement has not been used or occupied by the city for utility purposes. It's that section noted in yellow right there. A building was constructed over and across the portion of the easement. The property is being sold to a new owner. The new owner is seeking to clear up any title encumbrances and has petitioned the city to abandon and vacate the easement. There's an attached letter that was in your packet to that effect. We have contacted all city agencies who may have an interest in this easement. None have reported back. It is not being used, and they had no objection to its vacation. So unless there's any further questions, that concludes the staff report.
Okay, great. Any questions for staff?
Well, just kind of a comment. I mean, this is kind of an obscure, obvious release, but it was interesting to see in the letter about the acquisition of that shopping center. So it seems like there's a lot of commercial real estate being acquired this year. So communication with the business owners seems to be a theme. But But the unknown specific purpose was an interesting phrase that I reserve the right to use at any.
Yeah. It is. Okay. Will the city manager please read the resolution by title only?
Resolution 2025-05, authorizing the release of a public utility easement and authorizing the city manager to execute the release on behalf of the city of Forest Grove.
Okay. Open for discussion. Any discussion? Councilor Schimmel already shared his deep thoughts on that. Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approving resolution 2025-05, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say aye. Hearing none. Resolution 2025 wait, did I ever get a motion?
No,
I'm sorry,
I
what?
don't think I ever got a motion.
didn't.
I didn't. I skipped it. Okay, hang on. Let's rewind. May I please have a motion to approve resolution 2025-05?
So I move that we approve resolution 2025-05.
Thank you. And seconded by Councilor Gustafson. Sorry about that, folks. I think I got distracted. Okay, so resolution 2025-05 was moved by Councilor Martinez and seconded by Councilor Gustafson. There was no discussion or limited discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say aye. Hearing none, resolution 2025-05 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 7-0. I apologize. That was clunky. Okay, council communications. Let's start with Councilor Marshall. We'll go this side to that way.
I have nothing to report now. I have forestry and Parks and Rec on Wednesday.
Councilor Martinez?
Okay. So I was at the Forest Grove, the rural fire department meeting last week. They talked, so there was a citizen who did a presentation on prescribed burning that would help to mitigate fire within the city and out in other areas. It's something that can be used by landowners to help keep down any fuel buildup in their areas to help prevent, that's the idea, is to help prevent the large forest fires that we've had that have ravaged at times. So it's used for ecological restoration. And then we did send down a team of 4 firefighters and a unit down to California. So I hope they're doing well. It doesn't sound like it's very good down there with lack of water. So we have 1 personnel coming on, a second backup. They're hoping to bring in 2 months. Captain Weimer, was it him? Chief Black resigned. There was another, it was Wyman, wasn't it? That went to a chief position in another district.
Did he go to Cornelius?
Pardon?
Did he go to Cornelius or no?
No.
Washington.
Division
somewhere.
Chief Black went to, I believe it was Vancouver or another municipality in the state of Washington.
I knew it was in Washington. Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly where. So, last week I went on a ride along with code enforcement and an officer. It was pretty interesting. I would encourage everyone else to do that. And then there was one. Oh, today I had the pleasure of meeting with the team at the Forest Grove Senior Community Center with Centro. I met with Maria Rubio, Anna Gonzalez, who is managing there, Jonathan Colon, who is doing transition, and Javier Castro, who is the facilities director. And Jonathan was able to spend a couple weeks there at the end of December just to see how things ran, to watch the comings and goings of the community. They weren't able to get in till January 3rd, so it's going to be a while till things ramp up. as far as any of the meals, it's going to take time. They don't have the what they need to open for food right now anyway. So they're going to have to build up some of those things. There's some repairs that need to be done, and I know they've reached out to Paul for that. I think the biggest one is the freezers. There's some major issues with those. So they also right now don't have access to the website or to Facebook. They don't have a logo. I don't know what we need to do to help them with any of that. They're working. They don't have a list of those who have been using the facility to start a newsletter and to get that out to everybody. I should say they could start a newsletter, but they can't do that without the access of Facebook and the website. But they don't have a list of names of the people who have been using the center, so they can get out the information either. So we need to do what we can to help them with that information.
So Karen, I have a comment about that, or a question. Why these things have not been provided to them by the people who were
I don't know
there
right
before?
now. I think they're reaching out to them to see if they can get access to that information, and we may need to kind of assist with that a little bit to help bridge that gap that's going on right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Councilor Shimon.
apologize, Counselor. You're coming into this just today. I think that it's important for the public to know that the former operator has been uncooperative. They have been unwilling to hand over assets, including just simple access mailing lists. They've taken things that they shouldn't have. It's been an uncooperative experience by Centro. They're replacing things that should have been replaced before, like the freezer. That there is Meals on Wheels that is operating there today, so there is food. There are people having lunch. I think the only question is whether they would restart things that were discontinued before.
I know they don't have silverware as part of the problem
It was
either.
taken.
So I know. And what I was trying to do was kind of let people read between the lines and not come right out and say what was going on or what I
think
gathered
it's
from that
important
one.
that
So
we be transparent.
yeah.
Because otherwise, the insinuation is that Centro is.
Well, no, and
job.
that's why I was saying that they didn't have what they needed to do everything they needed to open because those things weren't supplied with them.
Councilor Gustafson.
Just a couple things. As far as I understand, anything that was not nailed down or to a wall was fair game. So I want to be cognizant of the fact that there were things maybe taken or not taken. I'm hesitant to finger point at this point because silverware is not attached to the building. That is fair game. If it's not nailed to the wall, it's fair game. The televisions, I understand, were owned by a private party, so may have been fair game. But I thought that the city was putting together a transition plan to help with that transition. I know at one time we kind of wanted a what if, right? What if nobody, wants to take over the senior center? Then that would be a different kind of transition plan. But I remember specifically where we had a conversation about the city helping with that transition plan with those two groups. And if that didn't happen, I think that's a failure here. But I would not want to point fingers at either organization when we don't have the details. That's, obviously if we're talking about silverware, that's not nailed down. But I wish that there would have been, I don't know, Jesse, if there was any transition assistant by the city.
There were transition meetings that the city facilitated. Ultimately, any disposition of the assets between the two parties was between the two parties. And I would say that there was limited time also. associated with that transition. And so I think both parties are still, to a certain extent, trying to work through it. The city did end up purchasing some assets during the transition. These were assets that went with the facility that, in essence, were nailed down, and the city has taken possession of those, and now those are being used by Centro. The only other thing I would add to Councilor Martinez's report is that there was a report of some sidewalks that were uplifted around the building that were a safety concern, and so prior to transference, the city went out and fixed all of those and made sure that we were turning the facility over in as good a condition as we could. I think there are some potential hiccups that you see, probably common with any transition. But I don't know, Paul, did you want to add anything to that? I know Paul and I were involved in a conversation in late December, but other than that.
Yeah, we went over a list of, we have a list of what they gave, what basically the city paid for from them. Some of them we just, at a certain point, we just said, okay, we'll pay for some of this stuff. And there's a list of specifically excluded equipment. Most of that relates to the bingo. Relates to the bingo equipment, which is owned by the senior center. I'm going to call it the Senior Center Corporation from now on. And then for example, the TVs in the four corners. There was some discussion. They said it was bingo equipment. I talked to Jonathan from Centro. He said he's not worried about those TVs. They're not worth that much anyway. So we let those went as part of the bingo equipment. So we have a list of specific equipment. We have a list of specifically what was excluded. The reader board was excluded out there. We kind of went around on this one. They excluded all the catering stuff and the silverware. They specifically excluded that. They are going to give that to Meals on Wheels. I said, I don't know if you talked to Meals on Wheels if they want it or not. So, but since it was their equipment and that's what they were going to do with it, there wasn't a lot of discussion for us to have on that. I mean, Meals on Wheels doesn't want it, then maybe Centro and Meals on Wheels can have a discussion, or we can talk to Meals on Wheels about it. But we took possession of, let's say, the ovens. They bought an oven, they bought an expensive refrigerator. We paid for those, and we now have those. We will allow Centro to use those as part of the assets that are in the building. With respect to the website and that, what we've talked about with them is we are going to take the domain name. They're going to transfer the domain name to the city, and then we will arrange for Centro to use that domain name while they're operating the senior center, the fgscc.org. So that'll be easier than making a bunch of changes. And so I emailed Adam about the assets last week. I haven't heard back from him yet. I'm going to send him another email asking him about the domain name and, getting it transferred over to us so Centro can get going and using it. But the assets, we fairly well have worked out. I mean, I wasn't all that thrilled about some of the silverware and the catering equipment because I didn't see where Meals on Wheels was going to need a bunch of catering equipment because they would be able to use the stuff if it was there, but that was the Senior Center Corporation's decision to keep that stuff and donate it to Meals on Wheels. There wasn't a lot we could do about that. And any other questions?
I just a follow up. Is there any way we can talk the what did you call it? The senior center.
I just call it the Senior Center Corporation because they don't
yeah.
operate the senior center anymore.
Until that website gets turned over to the city, have they posted anything there so people have information about changes coming or anything? So
I don't know what they've posted there on it. I haven't been to it recently. It's used, but it's not a really heavily used website. So we're going to make the transfer over because there are some seniors and people that do use it on a regular basis. So we'll work on getting that name transferred over. I may see if Stephanie can reach out and sort of help me with that process. So we got a lot of other stuff going on, so I'll get some of my staff to help me with some of this stuff.
Council President Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for making those things clear. Paul, I think not allowing Centro to use the catering stuff and everything, I see that very intentional.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't.
Okay,
Wouldn't
I
disagree.
see that very intentional. And it's not about about pointing the finger at people, but to make it very clear. Because the way it was articulated, I can imagine people are saying, no, Centro said they were ready, but they're not ready. They don't have anything ready. They don't have a refrigerator. They don't have silverware. That's the way the conversation is going to go. And that's how people become malinformed.
Yeah.
So thank you for making those things clear.
And they are doing some repairs. I think the freezer's okay now, so they think they're doing. The Senior Center Corporation is finishing some repairs because they're using some of the grant money they got from the state to make those changes, and so they're using the remainder of that grant money to make the repairs on the large refrigerator. So they are still working on getting that done. I need to follow up with Andrew, my maintenance person, to see where the status of that repair is to make sure it keeps going.
So I have a follow-up question for Councilor Martinez. I saw online that Centro is going to start doing community engagement and outreach. And when you met with them today, I think it's really important that the council shows up and supports and is available to like hybrid. So did you ask them, do they want you there? Do they want city staff there? Do they want the mayor there? Like, I guess
They're open to any volunteer help.
Well, I guess I would ask too, like if people could tell me when they're going to have things, and my deal is I don't want to overstep. I don't want to come in, but I also want to say like if people come and ask questions about city things, like I think that that's our job as the governing body is to answer the questions about the city, right? Because the job is that Centro shouldn't be like building this or that. There is to provide essential services and to be a trusting, like safe spot. So if people are feeling any certain ways about what has gone on, like those hard questions, like need to come to us. Like we need to be answering those because we made the decision, right? So
they do have an open house Wednesday next week, the 22nd from 1 to 3 for the community. The dance group was it the exercise group that the woman was so up in arms about and didn't feel like she was getting any answers. She's been there. She was there today, so she had classes. They haven't finalized a contract with her or talked about any of that, but she seemed satisfied apparently that she was gonna be able to continue with what she was doing. I heard a lot of good stuff today. I was very impressed with the team there and what they're working to do. And I was very dismayed that there was a lot of petty actions by the previous group. The freezers though, the left one is building up ice on the outer part of the door frame, and then the other one was leaking water. So
I know they were waiting for a part that was
okay.
The freezer's under warranty, and they were waiting for a part from under the warranty. And Andrew, our facility supervisor, maintenance supervisor, he's more up on the repair than I am, so he's keeping an eye on that. And Centro does have a list of the assets that were included and the assets that were excluded. I gave them that. I gave them those lists as well.
And then the only other thing right off the top of my head is the garbage can situation there. There's 2 big dumpsters and then garbage cans sitting along the walk. And that's also the walk that people take to the companion entry right there and to the garden. And there was some concern that might not. Well, for one thing, you're walking by between garbage cans. And I know that they had to do quite a bit at the transitional apartments for the garbage cans to keep them so they weren't out. Of course, I know that the transitional apartments were out more, but it doesn't look good with where they're sitting right now. So I don't know what kind of fix there could be for that.
Central hasn't brought it up yet, and if they want to move the garbage cans, more than likely they'd have to work with Waste Management on where Waste Management's willing to put them, and they would probably lose some parking spaces.
There's
If-
not a lot of
if they want to move them. So
not a lot of
that's-
space
so
there.
that's the issue. That's part of the issue there.
Yeah. I don't know what the fix is for that.
Okay, Counselor Gustafson, and then we got to move on because we have
Sure.
2 more work sessions.
A couple things. One, Council President Valenzuela. I didn't mean anything by that. I just know that there's been a lot of mudslinging, and so I'm extra cautious about any mudslinging. But in the perfect scenario, I can't imagine Centro being able to have a smooth transition. Nobody can. And so, I mean, it's been almost 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks. Is there any way, I mean, if they don't have control of the website yet, until they get kind of up to speed and things are in a routine, is there something we can do to communicate? Because people are flying blind and still very worried. I'm still getting emails and phone calls. What can we do to communicate until they can get up to speed, at least with the website?
We can reach out to Centro to see if Centro wants us to probably put quick blurbs out on the social media, or put something out. Put something, maybe, I don't know about on their website, we can talk about that, but put something on social media, talking about what's going on, and so we're going to look at that. And like I said, I'm going to ask Stephanie tomorrow to start working with the Senior Center Corporation to get the domain name transferred over so we can get that done, see if we can get that accomplished. I was hoping to have it done by now, but I haven't been able to get to the right person there to help me work on it. But
Did they
we'll do
include their
that.
mail list. I'm sorry for.
No, you're fine.
I mean, there's a mail list that the corporation holds that could be shared.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, people like hard copies, so if they're getting something physical, and last I heard that they weren't giving up the mail list. So that's one important aspect.
I haven't heard anything about the mail list, so.
As far as the website, I just pulled it up. It's locked. There's nothing on it at all. It just basically is a screen with a lock on it and it says password.
We'll work on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll start working on it. I'll have to get some of my staff to help me start working on that tomorrow.
We don't need them being debilitated because of any sour grapes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Counselor Martinez, are you done with your report? Okay, thank you. Counselor Falconer?
I'll be really fast. I just went to the Washington County Coordinating Committee today, and most of it was just education for new folks like us, some process things. The one action item was to approve the $325,000 for us, the Forest Grove, for the ADA. There was not a lot of detail on MSTIP funding, more generalization of, there will need to be further conversations about funding going forward. Oh, I guess maybe just one quick also, and I think it was mentioned in the staff report, but basically all the current project, any differences in the way funding will occur. They don't anticipate that any of the currently already, anything, Fernhill's fine. Everything else that's on their list is fine, and they don't expect those changes to change any of the timeline for the project. It would be more about future project potential.
Thank you. Counselor Schimmel?
Yeah, I think the one timely topic from the Committee for Community Engagement is while the ATM is not until October, they're looking for opportunities to contribute to public engagement earlier. And in light of our retreat later this Saturday, if we want them to help facilitate community engagement from our draft between there and when we actually ratify, or if there's other topics that come out of Saturday's conversation, I can take that back. So be thinking about what public input we want, either from the goals and objectives or other topics.
Oh, cool. Do you have anything else to report, or are you good? Okay. Council President Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. So the library had a presentation today. So all I'm going to mention is that we're going to have the retreat, our yearly retreat on January 22nd at the library. My colleague Brian Schimmel here, Councillor Schimmel, attended on my behalf the meeting for the Policy Advisory Board. And the highlight of that was a presentation for the Center of Addiction Triage and Treatment. And unfortunately, this is something that people have a lot of hope, about this being able to help a lot of people. At the Hillsborough and Beaverton treatment centers due to be open by July. There will be inpatient and outpatient services offered, but it's expected to be at capacity quickly. And the concern is wait lists congregating referrals near centers. There is a gap. The rural transportation to centers rely on thin emergency services. So there will be a lot of challenges for this center that, we all welcome the idea, the thought, and that it was actually happening to be able to help our community that have this need. So the challenges intersecting program funding, reforms, budget shortfalls, and disinvestments, and highlighted the city opioid settlement funds contributed. But it's not going to be a perfect thing. Nothing is. But unfortunately, those challenges are going to are upcoming. So that's my report.
Great, thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Schimmel, for covering for me.
Councillor Gustafson.
I don't have anything to report, but I did want to make a comment on Councillor Schimmel and communications. I know that the police department, they have a huge draw of people on their Facebook page, and if there's a reason for that, and if there's something that the board can do to try to figure out what that magic is to increase their followers so that more information can get out. I know a lot of the police stuff that gets out is very communicated. So if we can get that would be fantastic.
I think the struggles, because I've been on CCI a few times, is that we don't allow, because of city speech and the rules, that board and commissions don't have social media. They can't have their own social media page or be in charge of that. So, I mean, like, at least in the past, when CCI has talked about, like, hey, we want to be more involved, we want to do these things, like, that's been a hard no from city.
But they advise the council so they could come up with ideas, as far as what the city can do. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't following.
No problem. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. Just wanted to add a little bit to Brian Pohl's presentation. We have received 7 building revitalization improvement grants. He did report on that. The grant requests so far have been $212,000. The estimated cost, however, the estimated investment of those 7 projects is $511,000. So this is a brand new program, the building improvement grants. We've had significant interest over the past 9 months, and we've had some robust applications for the program, which I think all is a good signal about kind of urban renewal, downtown development, and some of the success of the program. Somewhat similar, we've had 6 active applications for the storefront improvements grants. Those are totaling, just in terms of investment, $83,000. And so if you look at the potential investment in downtown over the next year, we're looking at about $600,000 at a minimum. So those programs are, I think, having the intended effect that the board wanted them to have, which was to try and incite economic investment in the downtown. A couple other things really quick. We are starting officially the biennial budget process. Some of the things that we have to do to get ready for that is change some of our systems. So we're looking at OpenGov right now. We're adding another kind of year to OpenGov. So internally, we can start to prepare budgets that we could later present to the city council. Councilor Martinez mentioned that we sent an engine down to the Palisades fire in California. We also sent one command vehicle down. The minimum deployment for that will be 2 weeks. It likely will get extended another week, and then I think the deployment will cycle from there to other departments if the state continues to ask for those resources. And then last but not least, this is not necessarily Forest Grove, but it is related in a sense. Cornelius is going to be doing their interviews for a fire chief next week. So more on that to follow.
Great, thank you. I will try to keep my report brief as well. I want to talk about SHS funding and then the timeline. So I don't know, hopefully everyone's aware that Metro is exploring the option of putting something on the ballot to change the funding mechanisms to reduction and like create indexing, capping, doing some different things that would affect the SHS program that the county uses and that the city of Forest Grove definitely has benefited from. So just an FYI that I am part of the MMC, the Mayor's Metropolitan Consortium, and that governing body has voted to draft a letter to Metro. Okay, so here's their timeline. They are going to, on the 23rd, they're going to have a meeting and read the draft proposal. They're going to have an additional discussion on the 30th of January, and then on the 6th, they're going to take final action. So I guess I'm just kind of curious, Jesse. I don't think I'm allowed to make additions or like to do a motion, but what I would like is consent. Can I ask for consensus about drafting a letter? So it was asked of me today to be able to draft a letter to send. Right now, Clackamas County, Multnomah County, Washington County is probably working on something, but drafting a letter and I can tell you, like, the premise of the letter is going to be that this is working for us. We don't have this is essential services to city. This affects our bottom line, and that we would like a request to slow down the process for more transparency, more community engagement. And so we can it's like really hard. I mean, I'm going to be really honest. Like, it's like that song, like you're stuck in the middle. Metro's a partner of ours. The county's a partner of ours. Like, I don't want to make anyone mad, but I also need to make we need to make a decision that's best for the city of Forest Grove. And so at my position right now is that I can't make an educated, informed decision because frankly speaking, Metro has not been transparent. So literally the only information I have received was from a presentation from Metro, and then what I'm hearing in my Washington County chair's meetings. So the letter that I would potentially draft would be to slow down the process. And so I'm looking for consensus if I can do that using city letter. Okay, go ahead, Jesse, the process.
So quick question, when would the letter need to be sent to, I'm presuming this would be sent to Metro?
Yeah.
Metro Council?
So that's the deal, is that if I would like to get it sent before their first meeting on the 23rd, when they read the first draft. Like, that's the most effective.
January 23rd?
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like in a bind.
Okay.
So it's January 23rd is the...
Is someone asking you, insisting that we
No,
do?
no one's insisting that I'm doing it.
Can we
The-
abstain from a letter? I mean, personally, I would abstain myself from a letter. I wouldn't support.
Yeah, we could do that. I'm asking, though, that my position on it is that I think it should slow down. Like, I'm not saying I'm against everything they're saying, and I'm not saying I support what they're saying. I'm saying that this timeline and this process has not really been cooperative with cities and Metro, and that it feels really rushed to me. And so I would like it slowed down. I guess that's what my letter would say. I could say that, but that's not what I'm saying.
You don't need me to make a consensus, but
I know.
I've seen most meetings from both sides, and neither is innocent.
I totally agree. Yeah, so I guess what is the
But
process?
I think the options are is you can send a letter as the mayor. That wouldn't be on behalf of council if you
Well, I'll
wanted
just
to
send
say
it.
exactly what you want. You could ask for the consensus of council. Typically, a letter like that you would put on the consent agenda, and after the council passes the consent agenda, then you would send it after that. But the timing on this sounds as though the next meeting would be the day after this particular meeting. And so if there's some broad themes that you want to try and draw out, and then seek a consensus on that, you can. I would want to make sure, however, that there's clear understanding amongst the council about what the letter would say.
I think, listening, I didn't hear from anyone else, but listening to Counselor Schimmel and like not wanting to speak for the governing group without going through a system and a process, that I will just write it as the mayor on my own. And that way everyone else can stay, like, because it doesn't bind the council, and it still allows me to say like, hey, these are my pauses or hesitations. Okay, sorry, that took a really long time. Next up, I just do want to say, right now, the two levies so I didn't want to like hijack the work session earlier, but the November of 2025, the county will be going for the public safety levy increase of 12 cents. That'll be a 12-cent increase. They will not know the library increase until later this spring after they do polling. Now, the budget, they have a $20 million gap in their budget. I, again, advocated for the things I always advocate for with the county, which is library and roads, transportation. And then we also have to recognize that jail is another essential service that the city of Forest Grove uses from the county. Chair Harrington alluded to the fact that she's really going to try to keep those programs and those fundings whole for cities. But, obviously when you have that big of a gap, they're going to float, their budget person is floating a 10, a 13, and a 17% reduction in all their departments. It is a bleak financial outlook for Washington County. And, just a few things too. CWS is doing their essential training for electeds, and you all should go to it. I know like we're really busy, but that's such a good training. And the one in Hillsborough is on February 6th. Joe Gall puts on a great, really informative. It's so good. I just had a blast. You get to go in the lab, you get to do a tour. I mean, it's like geeky goodness. It's like, you can totally geek out. It's like, when they tell you to poop in public, like, it's like joy to every middle schoolers. Anyways, I'm like, all my students are like, see, Wenzel, told you. Anyways, Roy Rogers is retiring after 40 years of public service. He's having a farewell celebration Thursday in Hillsborough. I don't remember exactly, but did you all get invitations? If not, I can forward it to you. And then former Mayor Steve Calloway's farewell celebration is next week, Wednesday. I think it's next week, Wednesday, which is also the time that the Chamber's hosting the translator play. So I'm probably going to go to Steve Calloway's thing. Hopefully someone else can go to translators and we'll figure that out. Okay, that's all I got. Oh, I have some State of the Cities, but that's not important. I'll talk to you guys later. Okay, we are going to adjourn the city council meeting. Thank you. Do you guys need a bio break? This urban renewal agency meeting of the Forest Grove City Councilor. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Director Gustafson?
Here.
Director Valenzuela?
Here.
Director Schimmel?
Here.
Director Falconer? Here. Director Martinez?
Here.
Director Marshall?
Here.
Chair Wenzel?
Here. Public comment. Time provided for anyone wishing to speak to the board on the item not on the agenda or on the agenda but not scheduled for a public hearing. Comments are limited to 2 minutes unless additional time is granted by the presiding officer. The public comment period shall not exceed 30 minutes unless a majority of the board present vote to extend the time. Zoom attendees may use the raise hand option to be called on. Are there any audience or participants who would like to provide public comment? Evelyn, Sean, public comment? Seeing no hands raised, I will move on. Consent, there's nothing on the consent agenda. Item D, additions and deletions.
No additions or deletions.
Okay, any from directors? Seeing none. Presentations, no presentations. Okay, F1, Public hearings and resolutions. URA Resolution 2025-01, authorizing the appropriation of proceeds from the sale of revenue bonds for the Forest Grove Urban Renewal Agency for fiscal year 2024-25. And I'm going to turn this over to our Assistant City Manager and Finance Director, Mr. Paul Downey.
We're asking the board tonight to do a supplemental budget for the debt that we just issued so we can spend the money when we need to. We issued $4.25 million in debt. After issuance costs, we got just under $4.2 million in the proceeds. And so we need to budget all $4.25 million to spend. Right now, most of it's going towards the two properties we're purchasing. One property will cost $2.1 million plus closing and due diligence costs. The other property will be $1,327,000 plus closing and due diligence costs. So total purchase costs for both properties are estimated to be about $3.8 million, roughly in there, which will leave approximately almost $400,000 for other activities, whether it be doing some more things on the properties that we purchase or whatever projects the Urban Renewal Board might like to look at doing with the funds. We will have an interest payment due in June of 2025, and then subsequently the principal and interest payments are due in June of each year. Property taxes we are already collecting are sufficient to cover the annual debt service payments, and the debt secured solely by the tax increment revenues of the URA area. We did not burden the properties at all and use any of the properties for security on the debt. That way we have total freedom to do what we want with the properties once the URA board decides what direction and what they want to do with them. And I'll take any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Oh, sorry, Councilor Schimmel.
Not a question, just an appeal and a broken record on the communication with current businesses. And I say this because in my most recent acquisition, I included community engagement and talking with local businesses before the deal closed. So I know it can and should be part of the process, even if we have to negotiate that through the current owner. So I would just I guess appeal for that communication. So because businesses, I don't want to make businesses to make unfortunate decisions because there wasn't any.
The owners had some basic communications with the three that are there. There's a fourth one there, but right now that person's down in Mexico. It's a taco truck that occasionally will be on site. So he's talked to the three that are there already and given them some information.
Can we give you direction? Can we give staff direction to say to the owner that we are discussing? I mean, like, can we give them a vague, like, I know we haven't had an executive session. I know we don't have direction for you, but can we say we are working on this and we will?
We already have. We've communicated that to the realtor, who's going to communicate that to the property owner, that we're going to have a policy discussion. Yeah.
And that's going to be on, I'm going to be real transparent. Like, that's going to be on the agenda for our next meeting. Correct?
The executive session?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
from what I'm hearing from the business owners, specifically over here, is that they're hearing it directly from Woodfold. They're not hearing it from the city. Woodfold's telling them two different things, and nothing's set in stone, so Woodfold doesn't even know what's going on exactly right now.
Right.
So I think that's where the miscommunication is coming, is from Woodfold, not the city. The city has been transparent in talking to them. It's everybody who I've talked to from down there is saying that Woodfold is telling them these things. So it's not a city thing. So it's maybe clarify this with Woodfold.
Yeah.
Is the issue.
That's what the realtor is going to do with Woodfold, is clarify it with them, since we don't own the property. We have no interest in the property. We have a purchase and sale agreement. The Woodfold, who's the current owner of the property, is communicating to them. And I know what I heard. I know I heard from the coffee shop about what they told him, and that was the correct information.
Exactly. And so that's where our issue is right there. It's not necessarily the city giving them the information. It's the current property owner is giving them the misinformation. And so that's where the disconnect is right there.
I think we just try to keep.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Will the city manager read the resolution by title only, please?
Urban Renewal Agency Resolution 2025-01, authorizing the appropriation of proceeds from the sale of revenue bonds for the Forest Grove Urban Renewal Agency for fiscal year 2024-25.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor?
So move.
Okay. Moved by Director Schimmel,
Second.
seconded by Director Marshall. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the city recorder please call roll for the vote?
Director Gustafson?
Yes.
Director Valenzuela?
Yes.
Director Schimmel?
Yes.
Director Falconer? Director Martinez?
Yes.
Director Marshall?
Yes.
Chair Wenzel?
Yes, in a vote of 7-0, the Urban Renewal Agency has approved Resolution 2025-01. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, great. I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 9:52. Thank you for staying late.
Okay.